Well, well, well. It is day 122. Hello, hello. All right, we're back at it. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm reading some messages here. Ooh, we got people already in the chat. BC, what's up, BC? Let me know if the gambling thing is fixed. I say gambling, it's not real money, guys. But let me know if that thing is fixed from earlier. And Nico is in the chat. Hello, Nico. Long time no see, I think. It's been a while. Nico says, hello, hello. I'm watching from Frankfurt. Ooh, Guten Albin. No, shoot, I forget. Daytor. I need Daytor in the chat. But yes, good afternoon or evening, whatever time it is for you in Frankfurt. I believe it's Germany. My geography is not the best. I'm American. We are we know the US, and even then I barely know the 50 states. Nico's asking, how are you? I'm doing very well, thank you very much. Getting back into streaming regularly. We're back on Kick, so we are finally back to YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, and TikTok. Although I haven't started the TikTok live just yet, because I keep getting these weird suspension notices from them. They time me out for 10 minutes because of something I did wrong, and I still haven't figured out what it is. It could be the music that's playing, even though it is all licensed. I wonder if that's causing the issue. So I want to wait until I'm not watching any YouTube videos. We might watch some YouTube videos in the beginning of the stream, just some other content to, get the creative juices flowing and all that. But thank you for asking. Hopefully you're doing well. You said you're in Frankfurt, so I don't know if you're on vacation or something, but enjoy. I've never been. Only been to Berlin. We got Rachel Deneen in the chat. Rachel, I don't know how. Yeah, Deneen? Dineen. Rachel says, what is good? Well, you being here is what's good. Thank you very much for being a part of the stream. I don't think I've seen your name before, so if somehow the algorithm has surfaced you up my content and you clicked on it and you watched it and you decided to then check out the stream, whatever path took you to saying what is good in my live stream chat, I accept and I say thank you. Thank you for being here. You said fire intro. Thank you. Oh man. I said it right? Okay. I said it a few different ways, but the first time I said Rachel Deneen. Gotcha. Fire intro. Thank you very much. It was how long? I don't know how long it took me to make it, but yeah, it did take a while for me to make that intro because I have so many freaking hard drives in front of me. I should point my camera so you guys can see, but I've got a 44 terabyte hard drive, then I've got a 16 terabyte hard drive, then I got two more 16 terabyte hard drives, I got a 18 terabyte hard drive, I've got a 8 terabyte hard drive, and then I just got another 18 terabyte hard drive because I haven't learned my lesson. I haven't built the system of storage, and I'm just kind of Frankensteining my way through. And the point I was trying to make with that is to make that intro, I had to scour through all my hard drives to find relevant clips from my past 3 years or so of traveling, something to that effect. But basically I was trying to look at all these trips that I'd gone on in the past 2.5 to 3 years ago. And then from that, I had to cultivate the best footage I could find such that I can make a good introduction of who I am. And it was just so many hours of pouring through terabytes of footage to see like, oh, this is a good selfie one. Okay, this is a good wildlife. All right, this is from South America, or this is from somewhere in Europe, or this is Africa. So how do I put this? Is like a bird shot, like a cat shot, So it was like a whole thing that I had to figure out how to tie things together in a way that will not over index on one thing. I didn't want people from watching the intro to only feel like, oh, he is only a photographer or a videographer, or he's only a wildlife shooter or something like that. So I had to find a good balance of like, how do I get shots that portray my interest effectively, but doesn't pigeonhole me into one selected style. So I think I am very wildlife heavy, if I'm being honest, but I just love traveling. I love trying to see different cultures, capture it on camera, and hopefully share it in the best way possible. So anyways, that's a long little kind of side tracking here, but hopefully that intro did the job since you are here. So I appreciate it. Nico says, I am on our last trip with my school. Oh, nice. Nico, I forget where you said you are originally from. But I believe it's Germany. 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 but I'm just gonna guess you must be from Europe, because I know it's so easy for you guys to travel from country to country. I'm so jealous. Rachel says it's far out, no doubt. LOL. This is my YouTube. Oh, okay. Far out, no doubt. Wait, far out, no doubt. From which platform then? But either way, thank you very much for popping in on the YouTube side. And Fed says howdy. Hello, Fed. And Nico says he's from Athens, Greece. Oh man, I don't think you ever shared that, so I apologize if I'm, trying to glean information about you. We're spying. One of my close friends in Dubai is from Greece, so I will have to let him know that I have a follower from his beautiful country. I've never visited Greece yet, by the way. I do need to go there because there's that one pelican-looking bird that you guys have, that like a migratory bird, and a lot of wildlife photographers go there for the to capture it in the snow, or I think it's usually like winter vibes. It looks amazing. By the way, I've discovered my new drink of choice. I mix that sparkling soda that I've got with whatever flavored sparkling soda, and then I mix in cranberry juice, and then I've got this like mango grape juice, and I just mix it all together, and it's delicious. Oh man. Okay, welcome guys. We've got both my cats, I believe. We've got Kimbap over there, just readjusting himself as he gets ready to snooze. All right, we get to watch. Wow, how exciting. Riveting stuff, guys. So we got Kimbap over there hanging out, and we've got Nala as well. So we got both our little ones joining today's stream. So should be a good sign for a positive, productive stream today. So thank you guys. Yeah, good girl. What else is happening? Oh yeah, I haven't started the TikTok stream just yet, but that's been fun to play around with, except for, like I said, getting hit with all these weird ban suspension things. Yeah, but people did warn me that apparently it's so easy to get suspended on that chat. Okay, so let's get started. Let me first refresh. I think every single time my thing breaks down and I need to go to OBS, and then I have to hit restart. And let's see if it works this time. There we go. Now it's refreshed. It always gets frozen on a freaking screen there. Fed says, oh, Athens, we were in Nafplio back in 2006 and spent a couple of days in Athens before going down there. Nafplio, never heard of it. Nafplio was the first capital city of Greece. Oh, okay. This whole time I thought you guys were making a typo there. Well, the more I learn. So there you go. Clearing my throat. Today we're just gonna crush it through. We got a lot of grinding today to do, okay? The video editing grind. I do have Lightroom opened up just in case I need to take a break from video editing. We can switch over to the photo side of things. This is the thumbnail of my latest YouTube video that I published. I think it's my latest one. No, the second to the last one. I've been posting a video every day for the past like 3 days or so, just like quick moments from my travels. So if you head over to my YouTube channel, you should see a few different clips that I've posted. Some of them are cutouts from my Mongolia travel vlog, episode 1. So if you want to check out that episode, by all means, I will not stop you. But I will request that you hit the like button and all the other fun stuff there. And then I've been posting a few different clips from my recent project. I say recent, I guess I can't say that anymore. My project to a chimpanzee island in Uganda, which is where I got this photo of this ridiculous looking chimp here as he's lounging about. So yeah, this became the thumbnail that I ultimately published. So, but yeah, we'll get into like photo editing mode as needed, but today's goal is to just crack on with the video edits. We've got episode 2 of Mongolia. I got a lot of work to do still, and I want to try to break this curse that I'm under of being the slowest mother effer you will meet when it comes to editing my videos. Actually, just everything in my life, I am slow and methodical, and it serves me sometimes, other times not so much. So I do want to see if I can't be faster at working. I just need to be longer with my work sessions. So we're going to be productive on today's stream, I think. Pray for me. We have a friend from Nafplio, who used to work in the tourist agency there. So he took us out on a lot of tours and told us about the history. Okay. Man, I do need to go to Greece. The closest I got to Greece was Turkey. I went to, I think it's called Kaz, K-A-S or something. There's like this beach town kind of a thing. It's not even a beach town, but it was a coastal town. And I went with a few buddies. We did a road trip through the southern coast of Turkey. And the view was amazing. The waterfront, everything was beautiful. From the hotel or hostel, wherever we were staying, you just dive right into the water. And I remember thinking like, oh, this is the view that everyone talks about in Greece, but at a fraction of the cost. Because my assumption, or I think it was pretty expensive to travel to Greece at the time, and if you want to go to those like coastal towns. Whereas if you just go on the other side of the sea or whatever it was, you could have the same view, basically, for cheap. But yeah, don't tell a Greek person that. I think they're not too fond of Turkey. We have a friend from sorry, I read that. Okay, good to go. We've got everything except for the TikTok lined up. Thank you. You know what? I'm going to take a moment to say thank you to all of you guys. So Twitch, shout out to people watching on Twitch. I appreciate you guys. Twitch was one of those. Of course, as I learned about live streaming, Twitch is the main thing that people think about. And so for me, I'm also doubly excited because I recently met the team that's running Twitch in Dubai, apparently, or the UAE. And so, it was nice to have a quick conversation with them. And it seems like they are invested in the region, broadly speaking. And I think Dubai also is putting a lot more focus on like content creators and stuff like that. So I'm hopeful that there might be more streamers out there, especially English speakers, because I think that's one of the things that works against me in my region. So I had a quick chat with someone that works there who mentioned like, oh yeah, because you're an English speaker, you might not actually get served up to a lot more people because of where you live in Dubai, which is more Arabic speaking. However, I didn't take that to be a negative. It just meant like, look, there's some, take some time, and then there's a community that's being built out in Dubai for Twitch streamers. So hopefully that means I'll meet other streamers as well. Maybe they'll have more events. But yeah, shout out to Twitch, because I think when I was first starting my streaming journey, which is not that long, this is only the 6th month, I guess, that I've been streaming. We started back in August, and we were just kind of doing a marathon of learning how to multi-stream across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Twitch was actually the one that felt to me like the biggest actual community that existed of people, like other photographers and so on. So that was really nice. I appreciate all of you guys who've continued to support me there. And not to make light of YouTube, because YouTube has been like the steady horse for the longest time. And man, I think after my trip to Uganda for that ZR film project, I met a bunch of you guys. So thankfully, thank the YouTube algorithm gods for, blessing me at least one time here, and making that video reach out to a number of you guys, including I think like Fedorevsky in the chat and a few others who saw that Nikon ZR video that I made. And then now I'm realizing there's a lot of filmmakers, in YouTube who are, find something that resonates with what I do and vice versa. So I appreciate all you guys on YouTube for continuing to support me there. And Kick, we are back onto Kick. For I think a little bit here, I switched up some of the software. And when I switched the software to do multi-streaming, I went from Restream.io to the Atom plugin for OBS. And during that process, I ended up breaking the stream key connection to Kick, and it would just keep crashing my OBS. So I didn't dive into that further. I just assumed I'll stop streaming on Kick. I fixed it. Okay, so we're back. We're doing all of it. And we'll keep doing TikTok as well. Anyways, I went on a bit of a random side note there. Fed says we've been there, as well as Antalya. Yes, Antalya is where I guess that's the broader region of Turkey. But we did a whole thing from like the Cappadocia Gorem locate. We went there, did the typical hot air balloons and stuff. I was there for the horses, and I might try to do another trip out there. There's a big content creator who's got his own like horse photography tour stuff that he does. So I was just chatting with him about maybe if I can do a group trip out there, or at the very least, I would love to do like a film project of just like filming horses. It's so amazing, especially in that type of region and all the dust that gets kicked up by the cowboys and all that. So anyways, I might go back there. My wife used to work for a travel agency, so we traveled a lot back in the day. Well, get back to traveling. Travel with me. Hire me as your travel guide. Okay, that's the new business that I've been doing. So, have a nice rest of your day, everyone. Got to go. Thank you very much, Nico. It's good to see you on here. Enjoy Frankfurt with your classmates or the school trip. Enjoy, and yeah, I'll see you when I see you. Am I familiar with Greek cuisine? It's great. We still try to recreate many of the dishes we had in Greece now. No, the only Greek food I know, which is delicious. So in terms of what do you call it? Best bang for your buck. Or sorry, that's the wrong thing to say here. I was gonna say it's like 1 for 1 because I think this is the only Greek dish that I know. It's the gyros, right? With the tzatziki sauce, I think it's called, and the French fries, I guess, that comes with it. I think that's the only Greek dish that I know of. But my God, is that not the most delicious thing ever? So those gyro sandwiches or whatever the heck it is, pita something, fire stuff. Hopefully my Greek friend is not watching this stream because I think I'm probably not doing Greek food justice. But I'm saying I like it. It's just that one food is what I've had. It's delicious. The gyro. Okay. Later, Nico. And like I said, we're gonna get into work in a second. But I also want to maybe start off a bit. I think I'm going a little too ham right now. I opened up YouTube and I saw there's a few videos, and I'm thinking maybe I should watch some of this just to warm myself up. And oh yeah, and we got ChatGPT up and running again. And my God, has that not been fun? Because apparently we can talk to ChatGPT and get her to speak with an accent. So we'll do a little bit more of that as well. Actually, let's just test it now. Hold on, let me refresh this ChatGPT thing. Hello, can you hear me?
Ja, jeg hører deg helt fint. Hva kan jeg hjelpe deg med nå?
Oh, could you speak? You can keep the accent, but could you speak in English, please?
Of course. I'll keep the Northern Norwegian accent, but I'll be speaking in English, so we have no confusion at all.
Okay, actually, can you switch over to a Scottish accent?
I'll switch right over. From now on, I'll be speaking to you in a Scottish accent, no problem at all.
Okay, what is someone asked me about Greek food, and the only thing I know is the gyros. What is a moussaka, and can you tell me what are the top 3 what are the top 3 Greek dishes according to the internet? Wow, she's like really thinking hard about this one.
Moussaka is a classic Greek casserole with layers of eggplant, spiced ground meat, potatoes, and a creamy bechamel topping. According to the internet, top Greek dishes include tzatziki, which is a yogurt and cucumber dip, the well-known souvlaki and gyros, which are grilled or rotisserie meats, and of course
she said gyros. Am I saying it wrong?
Other popular dishes include Greek salad, spanakopita, dolmades, baklava, and saganaki.
Saganaki these nuts.
I see what you did there. But actually, saganaki is a real Greek dish, usually fried cheese. Still, I appreciate a good pun. Nicely played.
Nice. I felt bad right after I said that. Okay, looking at these dishes, I've had this thing. I didn't know this was Greek. I think I had this at like a Lebanese restaurant. Whatever these it's like wrapped up in a leaf or something. They're pretty good, but I'm a meat kind of guy. So yeah, we know our gyros. I love the gyros. I love that tzatziki sauce. Meat skewers, sure, those are good. That's all I got. I don't recognize the rest of this. Okay. She asked, what can I help you with in Norwegian? Yeah, I guess maybe she remembered the Norwegian from our last conversation. Whatevs. Okay. New Instagram algorithms.
Yet again, the Instagram algorithm has had a major update. And so in today's episode, I'm going to be sharing with you 10 of the latest Instagram features that are actually going to matter and make a difference for you as you're trying to grow your personal brand or small business.
All right. Do I actually care about Instagram changes? I don't post on Instagram these days that much. Yeah, I guess maybe I'm not as concerned. Let's watch this. And then
you're running the battery to this little pack here. Yeah. So
if I started filmmaking again, I would do this from our boy Mati Hapoja. I'm a big fan of this guy.
Stays light.
Keep this a little lighter battery, and then I have my monitor here, so I hook in, make sure my settings are all right, and then make.
I just realized you don't even use a monitor.
Yeah.
All right, I'm here at kind of the local hill in Ontario, Mount St. Louis, and I'm about to do something I have never done before. Let's see how it goes. Learning time. I'm a little nervous.
Oh, wait, I totally forgot to mention. We got some new gear. I've been on a money spending spree. This is not good. So if we got any Oilers in the chat who wants to fund my lifestyle, I would appreciate that. But I got 2 new toys that I need to unbox. But I think I want to film this one properly. Actually, I don't know. It doesn't matter. But I do have these new things that I purchased, starting with this guy here, the Rode Wireless Pro microphones. So I remember at some point I did a lot of research, and I ended up purchasing the DJI Mic 2s. And they've been fantastic. I've really enjoyed using the DJI Mic 2s. However, later on, and I bought those for like a YouTube I did it for like an international film project that I was working on. That makes it sound more important than it was. But basically, I was doing some interviews. I needed proper microphones, wireless mics that I could hook up lav mics to, but also I can do offline recording onto the microphones themselves. So the DJI Mic 2s have been amazing for that. But I think a few of you guys in the chat, when I was mentioning I think the DJI mics are the best ones, a bunch of you guys were like, no, it's actually the Rode wireless mics. These Rode Wireless Pro mics are the better quality of that same bucket of gear. So I was like, okay, cool, good to know. And then Fed says sorry, am I shouting into the mic? Hold on. Let's try that. The fried cheese is great. Most of those things are side dishes, so you eat tons of those at once. You don't just eat those rice and lemon juice and grape leaves as one dish usually. Here's the thing, I bastardize my food, or I do things the wrong way from what is expected or intended. So I'm pretty sure like dishes where you're supposed to savor each bite, I just eat the whole thing at once. Or I mix things that you're not supposed to. You said you mix it up though? Okay, maybe I do that. Rachel's asking, have I tried the Hollyland version? Yes, actually very recently. We've got these guys. So this is the Hollyland Lark Max 2? Hollyland Lark Max something. I should remember the names. But this is also this has been fantastic so far. I've only used it for like one quick project recently as I've been filming myself. But I love these guys because they are so... Is the word inconspicuous or conspicuous? Inconspicuous. I think inconspicuous is the right word. The point is, if I can get it to focus there, this thing, it's got the mic at the very top, and it's just a clip here. So if I were to use this mic, and you can imagine if I'm wearing a black shirt or like a dress shirt, you can put on one of the side buttons. It's literally just this, because I would do it, I basically do it in reverse. So all you see from a viewer's perspective is like a black clip, which is very minimalist. It's not in your face or whatever. Whereas the problem I have with the DJI Mic 2, and from what I've seen of the Rode Wireless Pros, these are bulky mothers, like these are boxy, they're thick, and there's no hiding this. Like when you're using it, you see it, right? So imagine even here, it's just a big ass box, square, whatever. And I guess the professionals would then flip it around so it's inside, so you only get the other side, or like a little mic clip. But those like magnetic clips also look very weird, because you just see like you'll just see like a magnetic clip just suspended out of nowhere. I don't know. So anyways, but we'll see. We're going to test this guy out, of course. And so I think the reason for this purchase is for this Rodecaster video that I've also purchased recently for this huge project that I'm going to do. So Rachel, thanks for being here. I hope you will continue to support the channel and watch the things that I do, because we got big plans for this year. I'm planning to do a lot of live streaming abroad. So I'm going to get back into traveling the world, a lot of wildlife projects mostly, but I want to start live streaming while I'm chasing after wildlife. So I'm buying all this gear so I can get prepared for when I'm doing these IRL streams. But yeah, the Hollyland, it's so far I really like it. I love, again, the minimalist nature of it. It does, I'm not like a super pro or whatever, right? So for my needs, I think this is more than enough. But, or even the DJI Mic 2s that I have. But like I said, I love these for how much it's hidden. But then for my travel IRL stream purposes, this guy is, I think, the one I need to go with, because the Wireless Pros, they hook up wirelessly to the Rode Videocast, or the Rodecaster Video, because it's the same company and all that kind of stuff. So you get to, benefit from the fact that these two devices speak to each other. So I don't actually need the receiver. Like for this guy, for instance, if I use the Hollylands or the DJI's mics, I would need to have this hooked up to the Rodecaster, which means an extra cable. It means an extra placement that I have to put this on so it doesn't like dangle around or bounce around and stuff. So just like one extra hardware piece that I need to have hooked up. Whereas with these wireless mic pros, you're just wearing the transmitters and you don't actually need the receiver. Like you don't actually need to have this guy, because the Rodecaster Video is the receiver. So that was the main reason why I thought this would be the best purchase for me. I still ended up purchasing the Hollyland because I figured, one, I got a good discount on it. So shout out to Grand Stores, which is the main reseller distributor for a bunch of different brands in the region. But I have a good working relationship with them. And so I figured this could be nice to test. And then I might make a YouTube video about this hopefully soon, as I test it. And then we can test all three at once, right? DJI Mic 2, Hollyland Lark Max 2, and then the Rode Wireless Pro. So yeah, we'll see. But yeah, anyways, here it is. It looks nice and shiny. I'm very excited. It's got that same 32-bit float thing and the offline recording. Yeah, should be good, right? Oh, the one issue I think I have with the DJI Mic 2. Hold on, sorry, I should have read your guys' comments here. You said, no, I just meant in Greece, you will often order a lot of different side dishes like that, and everyone digs in eating what they like from the table. Oh, that's like Korean food. I thought it was only Koreans that do the infinite side dishes, right? I remember I had the most brilliant idea. All my ideas are brilliant, by the way, but this was more brillianter, okay? The mostest, brilliantest idea as a kid. But because we'd go to all these Korean restaurants, and you get all the freaking side dishes, and it's so much. They just throw a bunch of side dishes all over the table, and it gets a little bit crazy. There's no space. So I was like, they need to build one of those rotating, because you see it at like Chinese restaurants. You get like that rotating plate or whatever that sits on top of a round table. So that way you can just like spin the plate to bring things over to you. So I was like, they need to build one of those, but it has to be multi-layered. Like you need to have like a triple layered spinning thing. And that way you could just keep adding it and everyone can access everything without having to reach over and like try to find the things. And it just conserves on space. You're just verticalizing, if that's another word, apartmentalizing, if that's another word. I thought it was the most brilliant idea, but nobody's done that. So it must be just too good for everyone. Everyone mix it up on the plate. The hidden aspect is huge, says Rachel. For sure, the Wireless Pro will be awesome for IRL streams. Yeah. The hidden part I love the most, but I must embrace the visibility of it. And one thing you guys will see soon, I mentioned before, but I'm working on a new series on my YouTube channel where you'll hear more from me, right? In a very casual way. Hopefully it doesn't come off as like scripted. It should feel more like a conversation. But I might still try to like I say scripted, but like I might still try to be careful with my words, so there's a bit more polish, but less formal. But yeah, I'm creating this new series where basically you would see me from an overhead camera angle. So you would get this overhead shot of me as I'm lying on this workout bench with my 2 cats, and then I'll just be talking about nonsense, but you know, like in 3-minute, 5-minute segments. So hopefully you guys will enjoy that, because since we've already kind of gone off the deep end with saying like, F it, let's learn how to be a live streamer. Now I do feel comfortable talking into a microphone to possibly nobody for hours on end. So now that I'm comfortable with that, I might as well scale back and start doing the more digestible, bite-sized talking head videos. So for those, what we were doing is we went silly with it. Definitely not the first one to come up with stuff like this. I've seen a few channels that do it, and I like it. But I think Fed, you didn't like this idea. But basically just go absurd with the microphone. So then I would speak into this microphone here. So it's very visible on camera. But for me, the reason I thought this was better for me to do than having a completely hidden microphone is because, well, I guess there's 2 reasons. But one is like I want to convey that this series of videos are meant to be very, very casual, not to be taken very seriously, right? So that was like the main reason, and nothing says don't take this guy seriously than to see a dude carrying around this big dead cat shotgun microphone just to speak to it like, you know, an inch from his face. So that was like one reason. And the other is like, if I didn't have any mics and it's just, you know, hands-free, and I'm lying on the bench, I think at some point I feel like I need one of my hands to hold something, so there's something I'm doing. Like, I don't know, I figured like if you're seeing a camera view of me talking, I could just look even more awkward with my hands just resting to my side, not doing anything for too long. Whereas if I'm holding something, at least it gives me an excuse to have my hand do this. And then occasionally I can move my other hand around and, you know, whatever. So anyways, inconspicuous mic we will use for other purposes, but yeah, we're going with the Rhodes. And then we got a new purchase here as well. I'm very excited for this one. Hold on, let me read what you guys said. I use the wireless pros a lot as backup mics for capturing events. Oh yeah, Rachel, what do you, I guess you're about to explain if I just continue reading, but I guess my question is like, oh, what do you do for a living then? Sounds like you are very in the know with a lot of this like video tech photography stuff. Let's see. You said, I use the wireless pros a lot as a backup mic for capturing events, speeches, etc. Wow, so you film speeches, so something important. The internal recording option is clutch, and the tech support is actually insanely good. Okay. The wireless pros are good for that. So you're using it for very professional purposes, so that's promising that we do have the right purchase here. Yeah, because my needs are not necessarily quote-unquote professional. I wanted to feel professional, but we have the luxury of not necessarily being like a commercialized business or anything. Fed says a lot of countries do that. We do that in Norway too sometimes. The buffet is also like that. Only you, the food is not on the table in that case. Yeah, like I know, yeah, like I said, the Chinese, some of the Chinese restaurants have those round tables. My ingenious idea was just to take something that exists, but just stack it, like create like a triple stack of these like spinning plates. And that way you just conserve on space. I thought it was genius. Okay. This is like over a decade ago. Okay. So give me that. Oh, you know, another brilliant idea I had. I swear I was the first one to ever come up with it in the history of coming up with ideas. Because I was a child, okay? Or not child, I was young. I had the idea of saying like, if you have a laptop, could you not create something that would allow you to extend multiple screens using the laptop, but then allowing you to triple monitor yourself? And lo and behold, I think a few years ago, companies started doing that, right? You can actually buy that thing that you attach to the back of your MacBook or your laptop. And then when you like extend it out, it creates a screen to the left and to the right. That was my idea. I swear to Christ, like, you know, years and years ago. But the problem is all my brilliant, I say brilliant, it may sound like I'm being sarcastic. And that's for you to judge, but I'm not being sarcastic. I had the most brilliant ideas, okay? Anyways, but all those ideas I had, a lot of them Unfortunately, I'm not a hands-on person. I'm not a tech person. I just don't know how to build. You know, it's like, so a lot of my ideas just die as ideas because I can never execute on it. And this is where I'm very grateful for AI, you know, like all these like ChatGPT and Claude and stuff like that, because it actually allows me to definitely punch way above my weight, and it helps kind of, I don't know if synthesize is the right word. There's a word I'm looking for, but it helps me take some of my ideas to the next level because it can do a lot of those technical or other elements that I just don't possess, you know, inherently. So anyways, we have the Colt boards, for example, around Christmas. Okay. Oh yeah, sorry. I have one more thing. Hold on. Let's see. We have Colt board, for example, around Christmas with warm and cold cuts and tons of side dishes and condiments. In Sweden, they do something like that on Christmas Eve. Nice. Christmas dinner in Sweden is just a table full of dishes you mix and eat. I like the mixing and mixing and matching. That must be the word, right? Mix and match, not mix and mash. But for food, it sounds like mix and mash would sound better. I think I would serve the most dishes at the house of some Filipino friends. I think 28 dishes, geez. They wanted us to try all the Filipino dishes, so they were unable to pick and just made tons. I don't know if I've had a lot of Filipino food. I think I've had some kind of salted fish dish, which is delicious. But yeah, that's about it. Which is funny because like I live in Dubai where there's a huge population of Filipinos out here. And I'm like, wait, have I been to like a proper Filipino restaurant here? I don't think I have. That's an embarrassment. You know what? Tonight, if I remember to order food in time, I'm going to order from a Filipino restaurant. Okay, so this is the other purchase I just made. It is the DJ... Do I have to do it this way? No, this way. Come on, buddy. Work with me. The DJI Osmo Nano. Very, very excited for this one because I need some new action cameras for a few different projects I want to do. And also when I start traveling again, which is very soon, I absolutely need these action cameras with me because it just helps you catch moments you normally would miss if you only rely on like your trusty professional cameras, right? So I've been looking at what kind of action camera I should get. I've had an Insta360 Go 2, and that's been great because it's got a little hat clip, and you can get like a nice like point of view camera shot, almost like it's straight from your eyes. And so Insta360 has one called the Go 3S, but then their newest version is called the Insta360 Go Ultra something. And I was about to purchase that one, but then I randomly saw that DJI has something that competes. And this one, at least from some of the videos I was watching, this one is just slightly better quality. I think slightly better battery life, slightly better quality, slightly lighter. And I think the form factor is also smaller, right? So it's almost reminiscent of that Insta360 Go 2, Go 3S size. Whereas the new one from Insta360 is more like a square. This one is like a square once you attach the bottom piece, but you can just use this guy on its own. And now you get like 4K, up to 4K 120 frames per second, right? So that could work really nicely for my kind of action needs. Oh, and also it shoots in log, so you get like that 10-bit DJI D-Log something. Swiss says, look at Discord, you've hit the big screen. What? Huh. Oh, without knowing what you're talking about, just randomly, because I went to the mall to make these purchases today, my video was on a big screen because it was playing in one of the Grand Store's shop, like in their Grand Store's store at the mall. They have this big screen behind the counter, which plays a bunch of like content for their products that they sell. And because they're the main distributors of Nikon gear, they were playing a video from Nikon about the new Nikon ZR. And as part of that promo video, they used a few of the clips from my short film, which was shot with the ZR. So I saw my chimpanzee shots. I was like, oh, you know, I was tempted to film myself, but I got too embarrassed. It's not like that crazy, but you know, but it was cool. You know, I was like, oh, it's playing in a public place. Rachel says, dude, log off, you made it. Yes, you know you made it when you're playing in one store in a mall in Dubai. Yes, but thank you. Oh, nice, nice. Okay, Swiss, you actually meant like I'm on a big screen. Oh, that's a cool photo. Wait, how's the quality? Because I think I'm only streaming in 1080. How do I? That's so cool. Wait, oh, you guys can see it. Hold on. So shout out to Swiss Army. If you would like to join the Discord, because that's where you can pop in these types of fun stuff and also support the channel. Also, you know, meet other community members. I think there's a decent amount of filmmakers, content creators, photographers in our chat now. So that's been awesome. Pretty sure your mom told them to play your video when she was there. She said, "Yo, Belle, play my boy's video." Yeah, as if they would listen to her. Yo, this looks great. Yo, the quality looks fantastic. This is from a 1080, but this is massive. Actually, I look so much better here than I do in real life. My skin looks a lot smoother. Thank you very much. So maybe I should always downscale to whatever I'm using. Nice. Well, thank you for sharing that. It's cool. Rachel says that's so awesome. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. So, anyways, so Swiss, what's up, Swiss? Thank you for being here. So I was just going over some of the purchases I made. So I got the DJI Osmo Nano and the Rode Wireless Pro. So I should be able to test the Rode Wireless Pro maybe tomorrow's stream. I want to like film the unboxing of this properly. And then same with this guy. But at some point I do want to test. It should just automatically connect to the Rode. I say automatically. It should wirelessly connect to the Rodecaster Video, which is one of the requirements I was looking for my travel kit once we start doing the IRL live streaming. So yeah. Anyways, now that we're done with that. Oh man, I need to properly set up one of my cameras for the overhead shot. It is ready now. We have the wireless HDMI ready to go. I just need to attach the camera to the C stand up top and then switch out the battery. But if you guys could see my cats right now, because especially Nala, she looks super adorable. She's like curled up. She does like a swimming pose. Actually, you know what? It might be worth showing you guys now. Here, give me a second. I'm gonna keep it on Nala. Let me find an extra battery. All right, I did disturb her though, but let's see. I have no idea how I attach this camera up to my thing. Swiss says, chillin', trying to decide what gear I'm taking on my cruise. I'm thinking of stripping the ZR down to the bare camera and a 35mm Type-Hawk manual lens. I mean, that sounds... I think the simpler is best. I think... Because this sounds like it's not a project. This is for your own vacation and leisure. So I imagine sometimes you might get sick and tired of like always being in project mode with like switching out cameras and lenses and stuff. So I imagine part of you would be relieved to have the simplicity of like a single lens, single camera, just point and shoot type style. Yeah, and it would be helping you to be more artful because obviously it forces your perspective in a way. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that's I'm reading your next line where you said trying to be more artful rather than content driven while on vacation. So yes, I think I'm on the same boat as you. I think the single lens, single camera sounds perfect. All right, there's got to be a way to do this better. I swear I was about to drop this camera. Okay. Let's switch out the battery. Oh, I need a better battery actually. Hold on. I started off today's stream saying I'm going to be super productive today. I lied. And the irony is, doing all of this, in the time I've been doing this, I already disturbed Nala, so she's already changed her pose. So the whole reason I want to do this is moot. But actually it's good. I gotta keep testing these guys out. Alright, let's see. Autofocus can make a person snap happy. Yes. Manual focus keeps me sharp. Yeah, it's like you're training your brain, rewiring your brain, I guess. I saw one of those rumor mongers. Mongerer? I hardly know her. Had a video about supposed Z9 Mark II and Z9 Zero. Claims the Z9 Mark II will have red, raw, NE. Ooh, interesting. I don't have the money to purchase a new camera. I'm burning through all my money. Oh no, but a Z9 Mark II would be nice. If it has red raw for my live stream, or when I start doing the IRL stream. Because one of the issues I was running into is like, okay, if I am doing a live stream, usually my go-to camera for photography is the Z9. It's the workhorse, right? It's powerful. And if I use the ZR for photography, I'm taking a huge step back, right? As in terms of quality. But for video, obviously I'd be shooting in like 4K, 6K, R3D, NE. So that was like the benefit. But if I had a Z9 Mark II that had the red raw, and you're assuming that means it's got like really powerful video capabilities, plus if it has everything that the Z9 has in terms of photo capabilities, but better. Oh man, I might take out a loan. I took it with a full hand of sumo salt. Nice. I start off the day saying I'm going to be super lazy, so if I get at least one thing done, I feel vindicated. Meanwhile, my wife is up at 5 and already at work in NYC. Has anyone tested how long the battery on the ZR lasts if you set it to shoot raw video? I have not properly, but I did do like I think it was almost an hour long, where I was filming an interview with the ZR in red raw in 4K 24 frames per second for the Chimpanzee Island footage. I'm pretty sure I was like filming nonstop for close to an hour without issues on a single battery. Nikon ambassador status. Maybe you just start getting the latest tech. Count me in on that. Hey, listen, I think your boy's on the way to becoming an ambassador. I kid you not, and I don't say this to like toot my own horn or anything, but it's been really, there's like things, how do I say this? That the short film that I made, it's just 5 minutes, right? But that short film has done so much for me, perception wise, for like people, or just like it's just done, it's provided a lot of goodwill for me, especially amongst the Nikon people. And like they've been using it for a bunch of other things, and I've gotten so many amazing compliments from people, but including like the Nikon people saying like everyone has loved that video because they played it at some of the recent events and like these big conferences. And so it's up to me to leverage that properly. So I think I want to reach out to have like another meeting with the people at Nikon and just like see if I can be more collaborative with them in the future. Like maybe there's some upcoming projects I can proactively reach out about, or see if there's ways that I can what's the word? Not solidify, but in a sense, yeah, like solidify more opportunities with them as opposed to just waiting for them to reach out to me, which is like, that's been my approach so far, which I don't think is a smart approach. About 2 hours on the R3D, says Swiss Army. Seems to last pretty long when we film one of our shorts. I only use about a quarter of the battery. I just bought some of those Tilta batteries, which it's got like a USB-C charger built into the battery. I'm curious how it works, but we got that new Tilta 4 battery charging port, and I'm really excited to use that on my trip. I'm getting some NDs. Oh, I also need to buy some dummy batteries. You can always use a USB-C power bank, 45 watt plus, to supplement. I also need to buy a bunch of these 100 watt hour ones, whatever the maximum allowed on planes. Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can switch over to my cat. Let's see if this is ready to go. Oh, it's ready, but it's flipped upside down. How do I unflip this guy? Hold on. Unflip, you bastard. Roadcaster video, yes. Transform. What is it? Rotate 180 degrees. There we go. Man, look how bad that quality is compared to the other camera. Hold on. Let me just mimic real quick. So we got this guy. Whoops. Oh, do I have the... I might have the lens on autofocus. Anyways. So that's the quality we get with the Z9 and the 50mm lens. And now if I switch back to the overhead, hold on. Why did I attach these little receiver antennas? So this is the color that I have currently set. So I definitely need to figure out if I can improve that within, because right now this is shot with the Z6. So obviously a much older model. Anyways, I wanted to see if I can show you guys. Look at this cutie. So she's doing like that swimmer's diving position when you see those synchronized divers. And then they tuck their legs in. There we go. And look at this cheeky bastard. Oops, I woke him up. Oh yeah, this is a workout. Such cuties, yeah? All right. Fits it. Oh, I love the Tilta charger storage unit. Yes, Swiss Army. That's the one I got. I haven't really used it yet, though. It's for when we go to Spain. It's nice to just have a spare one out and about. You have me seriously thinking about making a streaming setup in my workshop. Yo, Swiss, the photo you sent me of your workshop area, like 1000%. If I had that, that's like a YouTube setup. You know what I mean? Like, for sure. I wish I had that space. Because then it's your freedom to build it how you want and all the other fun stuff that comes with it. You should definitely consider that. All right, let's move this out of the way. Okay, you said get fed in there. Now we have a roundtable discussion. You can do a dual stream hangouts. Yeah, listen, get into streaming. I need to learn how to do those like collaborative streams anyways, where like, you know, people, I don't even know what that means. I just see every time I go onto Twitch's website, there's like some button where you're like, oh, collab with another streamer. And that sounds like, you know, it'd be a good idea, but yeah. Yeah, we could do a you know what? I really want to create my own podcast. Okay, might have to turn the screen to torch mode too in the sun, so it will probably use more battery doing that. Oh yeah. People could watch me fail at building drones, cameras, 3D printing, laser engraving. Why not? There's someone I follow. I think his Twitch handle is Samuel Pisanu. I think he's part of the one of the photo communities on Twitch. But he has like a cool workshop setup where he's got his streaming work like desktop station, and then he moves to the other room where he switches the camera feed to like his workshop where he looks like he's like a carpenter or something. But it's kind of cool. You get to see when he's making stuff. I think you should totally do it, man. Beatty is in the chat. Beatty says, "Good day. Hope you people are well." Doing very well. Thank you, Beatty. Thanks for being always there on the Twitch side. I appreciate it. My drone partner may be moving back this way. If so, we could be renting an aircraft hangar. Oh man, aircraft hangar. Oh, you should talk to BC Brandon in the chat. I don't know if he's still here, but Brandon works at like I know in the past, I don't know, he worked at like an airport hangar, or he like works as like, he does like aerial photography, stuff like that. So crazy. But yeah, you guys should chat. Fez, I don't think I would get a lot of work done on streams, and I'm always editing. You know what? I've been usually fairly productive. Today's been fun, so I'm not complaining. But yeah, I was supposed to do some work today. Beatty, how are you doing? Beatty says, "I'm tired. Have been deep in production for the past 10 days. Yeah, I was going to ask. So welcome back. It sounds like you're done. I know you came back home from the Taiwan trip. Was it Taiwan or Hong Kong? Maybe it was Hong Kong. No, Taiwan. Either way, I know you were just in somewhere and you got back, and I was curious, like, after you get back from the trip, is the project done, or do you have to like do all this like post-production stuff? But either ways, welcome back. Hopefully it's good work, so it's not too intense. I wanted to watch this video briefly because it's called "If I Started Filmmaking Again, I Would Do This," and it's from Mati Hapoja. So this guy's usually got some good content,
To say the least.
I think there's one big reason for how I became a successful wedding filmmaker, then DP, and now YouTuber, a different kind of filmmaking. Fun fact, I actually almost overnight...
He went from a wedding photographer to a director of photography. You know what? That should be one of my goals this year, is call myself a director of photography. So what would it take for me to say like, oh, I am a DP? You know what I mean? I'm assuming the answer is pretty simple. It's like you just have to work on a few film projects as a director of photography. But yeah, I think that'd be nice to like put that on as like the next step for me. Because I think that sounds better than saying I'm a filmmaker, because the filmmaker sounds too broad. It just sounds like anyone can be a quote unquote filmmaker. But when you say you're a DP, that just feels a bit more substantive, I guess, or it feels more like an actual title. Yeah. So, I went from photography, blah, blah, blah. I did this thing to being a DP. Taiwan project was a live endeavor, so no post. Yeah, I was going to ask because it's like, yeah, but I didn't know if maybe you guys stitch it together later. Esquire the Third. That sounds kind of nice as well. Yeah. We got to make it so there will eventually be a Gilbel Prize. You got to understand, that's my ambition. It's in the name, right? That's what we go by. But the goal is to actually have, in the future, some freaking prize that gets handed out. The YP. Yeah, we got to make that a thing. But yeah, director of photography. Let's get there someday.
Went from DPing for, starting to work for Nike and commercials like that, to never freelancing again and only doing YouTube. A, because I started making a lot more money from YouTube, and B, I get to make the videos that I want to make when I want. Dream job. And this next experience documents that reason for success pretty well.
Let's just say I don't necessarily belong with this crew, so let's see how things go. I think I need a little warm-up run first.
Sorry guys, I like to speed up the videos.
I was expecting a little powder side hits there. Wasn't. Very fluffy powder. Super cold, and I guess they got a little bit of fresh snow this night. I'll take it.
one of the secrets to my success is, especially in the beginning, but even as my career has progressed, I put myself in situations where I am not comfortable, where I am forced to learn really, really fast. I guess that's been kind of a benefit of YouTube too. I get in these situations where I get to experience something really cool. I do that too, and I have to film it, like heli snowboarding or mobbing in the deserts of Dubai or whatever like that. And filming in different situations and for different purposes teaches you so much. Not to mention, then you get to kind of tap into the knowledge of the pros that work specifically in that area. For example, snowboarding today, I have a lot of questions. It's one of my dreams to film pro snowboarders, especially FPV footage. If there's any pro snowboarders that want to take a free filmer with a lot of camera gear, I don't need to get paid. I will come along and just hang out. Yeah, this is my first stepping my toes into this world a little bit. The thing that scares me the most is following. I don't think I'm necessarily quite good at them. Decent snowboarding. I'm not sure if I'm good enough to do any follow cams. Those guys are insane. Like Spenny, oh my gosh, I don't know how you do the follow cams that you do. Gibble God, you're crazy.
By the way, well, listening to him is very inspiring for sure. And I agree with what he said so far, or like, I think that's what I tried to do myself, which is just putting yourself in uncomfortable positions and just doing it over and over again until it becomes comfortable. And then once it becomes comfortable, then you move on to other things that are uncomfortable, right? That was why I did the live streaming. And that's why, now I'm comfortable with live streaming, but we're not successful at live streaming yet. Yeah, that's we got a long ways to go. But it's also like, that's why I want to learn about this IRL stuff. And so every step you guys keep seeing me make, including these, oh, sorry, I'm not sharing my screen, but every time I'm like creating these, like, these different cat cameras, for example, it's all in the name of like continuing to have a little bit of discomfort or like something where I might be making mistakes or breaking technology and having to troubleshoot. So yeah, it's all in that venture. Hold on. You said to be a DP, you need to be crafting, not only directing the composition, but also the movement, lighting, and anything that moves the story forward. Gotcha. That's a tall order, but I do want to do that. Yeah. I mean, in a sense, the short film I made, that would be an example, I guess, where I was technically the DP, right? I was everything. You know what I mean? Like that was just me doing everything. So in a sense, I could say that. But not in the real sense, right? I would love to do a project where it's like that, where you hire people or there are people with those particular roles, where it's like you, Yobel, are officially the DP on this project. So then it's like I have these roles and responsibilities. I have like things that I have to, like deliverables and accountability, things that I have to keep in mind. Yeah. Beauty says, I flew back home to LA and worked on a show last week. Gotcha. 2 weeks ago. Got it. And then when you say you're doing a lot on deep in production, like, so is your job then doing all the editing portions of it as well? On the shorts I do everything except the acting. I guess that means I am an auteur on those. Auteur. What is an auteur? Is that like amateur or is that a different word? I guess that means I am an auteur on those. When you do everything, you're an oh my God. How do you say auteur? An otter. Hold on. Amber, can you explain to me what is an auteur? Auteur. And can you speak in the deepest southern accent possible going forward?
An auteur is a filmmaker whose personal influence and artistic control are so strong that they're considered the author of the film. Now I'll drop into that deep southern drawl, slow and rich as molasses. Let's keep it real southern from here on out.
She said that in the past. I guess that maybe that's a stereotype, that like southern drawl is something about being thick as molasses. And then had a short flight to the Bay Area, spent the past 10 days here working on a lovely show that I really enjoyed. Nice. I do miss living in the Bay Area. I had some fond memories in my formative years, in my early 20s, for sure. Yeah. Wait, I was going to say something, though. Shoot, I forgot as I was watching this video. It was going to be something important, I'm sure. Let's keep watching.
Mikey! Yo! How's it going, man?
Oh, yeah, I remember now. So, technically, I can't speak much on there was someone who reached out to me where, you know, like you had to sign an NDA and all that kind of stuff, right? Which is kind of cool. You know, I would love to have more of these opportunities where people, you're important enough that you have to sign an NDA. But anyways, not to go into it obviously, but there's like a conversation about like potential working together project stuff. And one of the random questions that was asked of me was like, would you be comfortable like jumping out of a plane to film something? And I was, you know, not to say that that was the actual project or whatever, but it was funny that that was even asked of like, you know, trying to gauge your comfort level in terms of like, let's say if you needed to film certain projects, like, would you be comfortable jumping out of a plane? You know, it's like, would you die for us kind of a thing, right? So I said, absolutely. Not that I'm not afraid of heights per se, but I don't enjoy them either. I'm not like a roller coaster guy, but that would be kind of fun if you could put that on or slap that on a resume. You know, it's like, oh, I had to film someone jumping out of a plane, you know, obviously with a parachute, right? Fed says it's us usually when the director is also the writer and has a lot of influence on most things of the production and has final say on the cuts. Okay. An auteur. Auteur. I'll try to remember that word now. Thank you.
Get to meet in person. I know. Oh,
Ooh, that looks cool.
Fine, how you doing? Good, how are you?
Oh, good. Yeah, like
Got some laps done?
Yeah, we're
Filming?
riding with all the Grom.
This is what I want. I'm sorry, I'm interested in snowboarding, but I'm also half interested in what he's doing.
Yeah, that's correct.
Matty, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
What you're rocking there, red, eh?
Matt, wait. Dude, I know who you are. I'm a huge fan of you. God.
Thanks, man.
Man.
Appreciate it. You're still rocking the reds, eh? I feel like action sports is like the most faithful to the reds.
Yeah, and you know, it's probably time for something. But it's been faithful since.
Yeah, it's sick. Like, well, you guys need the slow-mo and all that too, so.
Yeah.
But look at this double rig. What's going on here?
I just got a new phone.
It's the social media world, eh, Mikey?
Wait, what was that guy's rig? I wasn't paying attention. Hold on. Oh, you guys would know better than me. Well, not that I know anything. Hold on, give me a second. Testing. Okay. Because I've never filmed with anything that looks like a box before. So he's filming with one of these boxy cameras with the cage. What's going on here? He's got... Is that the wireless mic receiver attached to the side of it, maybe? And then... obviously he's got his phone attached to the side. So he's filming a little bit of that behind the scenes vertical shot. Then he's got his big ass cool looking camera. Is this like an SDI cable connecting to like some battery power or something? I have no idea. Oh, it's like connecting up to this pouch that he's got. I have no idea. I want to get to the point where I can recognize everything that this guy is carrying and understand all of the utility of like why it's there, what it's for.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. You're still rocking the reds, eh? I feel like action sports is like the most...
Oh, he said, oh, you're still rocking the reds. Okay, so this is a red camera. And then what was he saying there? Hold on. Maybe I should slow this down. All right, let's see. Rachel says the red looks like a beefy rig, but it could be the Komodo X. Oh yeah, it says red right on the side. Whoops, I didn't realize. Wait, let's pop this over to 4K.
Nice to meet you too.
What you're rocking there, red, eh?
Matt, wait. Dude, I know who you are. I'm a huge fan of you. God.
Thanks, man.
Fan.
Appreciate it. You're still rocking the reds, eh? I feel like action sports is like the most faithful to the reds.
Yeah.
Really? Oh, and then I saw briefly, it said Rode. So he's got a Rode mic. Ooh, you know, so it looks like we made the right decision. We got our own Rode Wireless Pro mics now. And then he's got some kind of red camera. Rachel, you mentioned it has global shutter, so great for action sports, no warp in movements. Fed says looks like a Komodo, but not sure. That logo of the skull or whatever is also a way to see it's a red. I didn't realize that. That's how little I know, okay? I can't keep leaning on that. Actually, it's almost like a brand thing at this point. I know nothing about nothing, okay? I do mean that. It's not to say I'm proud of it. I would like to know everything about everything, but
You know, it's probably time for something. But It's been faithful. It's been
Yeah, it's sick though. Well, you guys need the slow-mo and all that too, so.
Yeah.
But look at this double rig. What's going on here?
yeah.
Okay, so trying to make more sense out of this side pouch because I might need I might need something like this. Although, I mean, I would probably end up with a bigger pouch. I do have like the Peak design, but hopefully we'll switch over to a Pidgeotech side bag. Shout out to Pidgeotech.
I just got a new phone.
It's the social media world, eh, Mikey?
Unfortunately, we're going vertical. I'm waiting until they come out with a red that's just vertical.
That
You hear
looks so
that,
cool.
camera companies? Listen to Mikey. Everybody wants a square sensor. They need vertical content. They horizontal. Just make them square. All right.
Yeah, square sensor. Everything should be square sensor. You can both.
It is a shame though, like when we're shooting in the backcountry and the shots are so perfectly landscaped, and I always get so sad because then I'm like, we're gonna crop this
Yeah, we're gonna
for Instagram, and you're not gonna see the scene.
Anyway,
like,
yeah, I know.
You know, like when you film a backcountry feature, you want the whole scene.
Yeah.
Wait, what is Matty filming with right now? I wasn't paying attention. Fed says, must be a Komodo of some sort. Looks too small to be a raptor. Beauty says, I don't do the editing, not an editor. This show I just came off of, I was the EIC executive executive something cinema, executive something circuit, executive. Let's read what else he said. I was the EIC on the CineLive integration side for the show. Our company also handled camera department, crewing, camera sourcing, and show look development in live color. I still don't know what EIC is. Oh, okay. Engineer in charge. Okay. I would never have guessed that though. EIC. That sounds good. It's technically a Nikon. You should know. I should know, right? Technically, I should know a lot of things, Rachel. Stick around, keep watching my live stream. You'll realize this is not a show. I literally don't know anything. Sometimes we have people like Maple Glades, OG over on the Twitch side, pop in and he will berate me for my lack of knowledge on most things. Nikon rocking that global shutter.
Yeah, and sometimes you just cut it to like.
But it especially hurts your guys' brain because you guys have seen it, right? The other people, they don't know what they're missing out on.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't even know.
They're like, whatever. Yeah.
Wait, did Matty show earlier like what he's filming with?
I hook in, make sure my settings are all right. And then make.
Oh, I just realized you don't even use the monitor. All right, I'm here at kind of the local hill in Ontario, Mount St. Louis, and I'm about to do something I have never done before. See how it goes. Learning time. I'm a little nervous.
Wait, so was he just using an like an Insta360 type of camera this whole time? Because I like the quality of this.
Everything should be square sensor.
Or for Instagram.
Especially hurts your guys' brain. They're like, whatever. Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. Okay, I wasn't paying attention. So that dude from earlier is just filming that guy with his, what'd you guys say? Like a Komodo, most likely? Man, that's some real skills. Snowboarding and filming. Wow.
Dude just goes.
That's good, yeah.
The one big reason for my success has been that I have, from the beginning, put myself in situations where I am forced to learn, to adapt, and to just figure it out. And I think there's two different ways to go about this, or almost like two different phases in your career. The first phase is you take every and any job that you can get your hands on. Don't let your ego get in the way, because every job is a chance to learn something about filmmaking. I literally shot weddings, I shot corporate ads, I shot internal corporate videos, so boring. I freaking shot a massive tree being cut down in the middle of downtown Toronto.
That sounds great. Right now, it's just as much a Nikon as a Cine Alta camera, like the Vegas or Burano are Sony, both divisions within each company. Okay, I'm gonna take your word on it because you just spewed a bunch of cinema words at me.
Said yes to it all because A, I got paid, but then B, I got to put myself in a new situation, a new thing that I got to learn from, something that I had never done before.
Komodo dropped significantly in price, has the Z mount now. If you have the opportunity to rig it to a drone, it's unreal. Oh man. yeah, listen, my I have many ambitions for sure, but I think one of them, since I've gotten a taste of like what these cinema cameras can do, literally when I say a taste, I mean a taste. The only time I've ever shot with a quote unquote cinema camera is the Nikon ZR, right? That's the closest I've ever gotten to like understanding the world of professional cinematographers. So I've gotten that taste. I'm hooked. I want to like do more of these types of things. So one thing I'm trying to do this year is to be more proactive with like outreach and try to see if I can pitch different film projects or like travel with a film project in mind. It could be like a personal film project, right? But like just trying to think of it as a project. It's like, hey, I'm going to travel to X to capture Y in a structured way. But yeah, I would love to. I've seen some people traveling like with a travel crew or hooking up like a Sony FX6 to like some crazy drone and then like flying around with it. And I was like, yo, this is so insane. Yeah, maybe could I hook up the ZR to a drone? I'm assuming, yeah, why not? But I kind of want to get one to have a global shutter camera. The price is insane now. It's so cheap.
And now I'm learning. If you do only weddings for, years and years and years, you're not gonna get that much better as a filmmaker. After about like the 20th wedding, you're kind of gonna plateau and you're kind of just gonna start doing the same thing over and over again. You literally have to put yourself into a brand new situation, something that you've never done before, something that challenges you with the types of gear you have to use, the types of filmmaking you have to do. Not to mention it's just way riskier for your business being so reliant.
Okay, so what he's doing right here is what I need to do more of, right? And obviously he's coming from a place of like actual, how do you say it? He's coming from a place of earned knowledge. Like you listen to his words because he has the experience. He's got his body of work to kind of showcase for it. So it's actually fine to listen to him for, minutes on end, talk about whatever topics. But it's not to say I can't do the same thing, right? And so this is one of those things that I was mentioning earlier that is missing on my current YouTube channel, which is like doing these little moments of insight, moments of like storytelling, kind of pulling back the curtain as I do on my live streams, but doing it in a very, very condensed, topical way. So what he's doing here is something I'm going to replicate hopefully soon. Like I said, I'm working on it now with that Behind the Lens series. And instead of doing this typical eye level talking head framing, it's going to be done from that overhead shot. And that was also just from my own sense of trying to be uncomfortable, try different things from that same approach. Cyronius is in the chat. Cyronius says, how many tacos you have to eat? Real challenge. Wait, hold on. Did I miss something from before? What's up, Cyronius? Good to see you here, man. How many tacos do I have to eat? Yo, I can't remember the last time I actually had a taco. Not that you're talking about that for reals, I don't think. But when did I have a taco the last time? Oh my God, that was in the Bay Area. So BD, I don't know if you're not in Bay Area anymore. But if you were there, there's a place called Nick's Crispy Tacos. We would go there every Tuesday or Thursday. It was like Taco Tuesday. Oh my God, you go for Taco Tuesday and they had some of the best fire fish tacos. I do miss legit, authentic Mexican food. That's definitely something missing in Dubai. The closest we got now is Chipotle, which I'm so happy about, but that's the closest we got. Fed says, yeah, ask to get a Raptor and a Komodo X with the Z mounts to compare. Man, Fed, like I said, I just need to be more, I have to stop being such a, there's words that I want to say that I can't say, but I just have to stop being such a timid. We'll go with timid. And meek. Is that a word? Yeah, because there's an artist named Meek Mills, right? I have to be less timid with just, I think, be more demanding. I think I need to just like grab Nikon. Just find Mr. Nikon, grab that person by the collar and just be like, yo, I need this, this, and this. What is the next cinema camera you guys are working on? Put my name on that goddamn list that will get, first access to it or something. I just have to be like that. The timing was him going on about gear you have to use, things you have to do, and then I said tacos you have to eat. Okay, sorry. Man, this is why I need to read chat more quickly, okay? That's on me. Your humor is on point, my reading is not. Fed says, hello, Mr. Nikon, sir. I was wanting to check if there are any differences between the RF mount and the Z mount Komodos and Raptors. Please send. Sincerely, Yobel. Yeah, Mr. Nikon, you know, being polite about it, respectful. I'm jumping out with 4 parachutes and a wingsuit. Not really. The mount interfaces and AF software is basically the only change. Man, that would be great. I don't think I could ever do one of those wingsuit things. I don't have like a death wish. I'm okay with dying, but I don't want to die, you know? And a wingsuit is probably the fastest way to get there. So Fed says, you're an ambassador for Nikon. They will send you anything if you ask. I'm not technically an ambassador. I am what they call a Nikon creator, which is like, oh man, I actually don't know if I ever finished The Office. I never watched the British version, but there's that one running joke, right, where I forget who it was, but someone is the assistant to the regional manager, right, and not actually the assistant regional manager. That's basically what a creator is. A creator is like the assistant to the ambassador of Nikon, you know, for Nikon. So we don't get like those crazy perks, but you know, I do have a working relationship with them, which is nice. But I would love to be an ambassador, but I don't know, honestly, if I don't know if I ever could be a Nikon ambassador in the Middle East, because not that I know this for a fact or anything, but I don't necessarily look the part. Here, we'll just go full screen. Take a look at me. I don't look Middle Eastern. If I moved to Asia, I think I would have a better chance. Or if I moved back to the US maybe. But I don't know, like I could just be talking out of my ass, but I have this sense that I can't necessarily get into, but I feel like I don't represent the region. Therefore, I don't know. I would have to be a massive content creator before I think they would be like, oh, he is an ambassador to Nikon in the Middle East African region. They will send you anything you ask. You just have to ask. There's tiny channels doing that with all sorts of cameras. Just have to ask them. Yeah, so I do need to be more on point with asking for things. It's easy. That fat connection on the bottom is the Limo DC power cable. I will tech ya. I gotcha. That's good enough. These other channels doing reviews and comparisons probably don't even have a deal with these companies. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Like I said, we've been fortunate. I've been fortunate. We haven't cracked 10,000 subscribers on YouTube yet, which we need to change. We'll get there. This year is the year, right? We have to. If I fail at getting 10,000 this year, that's like a huge red flag, because we're almost there, okay? But the point is, we're not even there, but we've had some really awesome companies reach out to work with us. I say us a lot. I don't know if it always makes sense, but to work with me, right? We got the Dehancer, we got Pidgitech, we got MusicBed. So those are promising signs that I'm on the right track, and I just can't let go of the momentum, which is why I'm trying to hopefully get that editor. I think I've got the right editor now, and we're just going to pump out content. But yeah. And be more demanding of stuff. Cyroni says you couldn't grow a Middle Eastern beard if you wanted to. Yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't grow a beard if I wanted to. You could have just said it there. Probably an older epic dragon or weapon. No, you're in Dubai. It's a hub they want to cover for sure, and YouTube is worldwide anyway. If your content is playing at stores that carry Nikon, you are an ambassador in my opinion. Well, I appreciate you. I'm an ambassador in name only. No, not even an official name only. So yeah. I'm way behind on the stream comments. Oh yeah, Swiss. I was wondering about that. No, that's on me. I think I just let me be faster. Fail. And to be honest, they are incredibly inclusive regardless of where you are. Yeah, I think that's a good point. I appreciate it. I don't mean to say that in like a denigrating way. I'm not like trying to belittle myself in some way. I'm just saying realistically, I'm not, or like literally, technically, metaphorically, I don't know, all the things, Lee's, I'm not an ambassador, because that is like an actual label given to certain people, right? Like certain content creators. So I'm not actually at that level, but I definitely have a really good working relationship with them. I've earned a lot of goodwill, especially in the recent months, especially with that ZR thing for sure. So I just gotta remind them every so often. You know, I gotta give them a quick nudge, be like, hey, I'm out here. Let's work together. You can't grow a beard if your life depended on it. If my life depended on it, I don't know. Your body can do crazy things when under that kind of stress, right? So who knows? Let's not test it though. It's an old one. I thought it looked so small in his hands. That's what she said. There's not that many ambassadors. They actually work for Nikon. Yeah, I'm a huge advocate for Nikon. Okay. All right, let's keep watching as we go.
And on one type of income or one type of project, you're gonna learn way more shooting your friend's music video or some boring internal corporate video where you now have to use lights and actually get a nice interview. It's gonna be really boring. How do we make this interesting? How do we light it really nice? How do we hold the viewer's attention? But actually, you're not gonna want to take these jobs. You're gonna think like, I don't know how to do that. I'm just gonna keep doing these weddings because that I know how to do. That's easy. And that is literally the thing that you're trying to avoid. That feeling of like comfort and I know how to do this. I'm just gonna keep doing it over and over again. That means that you are barely, if at all, learning. You should have the feeling of like, I'm a little bit nervous. I don't quite know how this is gonna go, but I'm gonna figure it out. That is the feeling that you want. That is the feeling that I had on this day filming a pro snowboarder. All right, that was a good shakedown run. Learned a lot. I think I can pretty easily follow him around.
I have a ton of points, so I'll now be interrupting the stream with my boring TTS.
So I'll now be interrupting the stream with my boring TTS.
Ooh, thank you for using your points. Yeah, thanks for keeping things lively. I haven't changed my TTS voice in quite some time, so we're stuck with that Mexican guy. Is it Mexican? That might be offensive. The Hispanic voice. There's not that many. Yeah. I have a ton of points, so I'll now be interrupting the stream with my boring TTS. Thank you. If you want me to change the TTS voice, I can as well. Fed says, we should probably start saying Nikon Red when we were talking about the camera division. Feels right. Yeah, I mean, you guys know more than I do. Like I said, I've never shot with red cameras, technically. So I don't know, like, what... Even when that announcement happened, or once they did the merging and everything, right? I'm assuming, Fed, you might have been paying attention at the time, since I know you had some red gear already. What did Nikon say at the time? Was it like, hey, we're buying red, and now, yeah, actually, I have no idea. I have no idea what's in store, but my hope is that obviously that we'll get a ZR2 of some sort. Oh, actually, no. Before the new ZR or whatever the new line of the cinema cameras, I need a new cinema lens. And if they can reach out to me to like shoot with their new, or I just want to own an actual proper cinema lens. So yeah, I'm half joking, but I'm gonna start saying that the Nikon Red. It says Nikon Red on the ZR. Yeah.
2 of your career, which is now you get to be a little bit more selective. You've had a lot of jobs come in, and now you have too much work, so you're having to say no to some things, and that's where you get to be more selective and choose.
So Red is still separate from Nikon as a brand.
That you've never done
the
before.
ZR specifically is a Nikon Red collaboration.
The ZR specifically is a Nikon Red collaboration.
Okay, so they actually are still separate. Okay, so then let's say if Red comes out with like a Komodo blah blah blah, whatever the next sequence is, it wouldn't technically be like a Nikon Red whatever. It would just be a proper Red camera. So they're still pumping out. Let's say now there's going to be like a Nikon. There's going to be a Nikon Red camera, so like the ZR, and then whatever comes after. And there's going to be Red cameras. There are a lot of downsides to Red. Global shutter is amazing, but the SDI port issue sucks. Lack of autofocus internally, a lot of setup, etc. It's good for on set. Got it. So it's not as like well, the thing I liked about the ZR, and I mentioned in my review video, is it felt so easy for me as like a run and gun shooter. Whereas like those proper Red cameras, and like not just the Reds, but all those like boxy cameras, it always feels like there's a lot of setup. You got to put the cage, and you got to put this thing, and you got to put the rods and this, and the V mounts or the batteries and everything. It's like, damn. It's like setting up
unless
the
the Komodo starts shooting stills lol. I don't think there will be a Red Nikon collaboration.
I don't think there will be a Red Nikon collaboration.
I like how that TTS voice said LOL. I don't think so. Unless the Komodo starts shooting stills, I don't think there will be a Red Nikon collaboration. Yeah, I guess the question would be like, is there anything from Nikon that Red would want to steal or like infuse into their Red cameras? And I think that's where you guys were saying something about a Z mount attached, or like applying some of the Nikon lenses maybe more naturally. Cinema cameras are a separate division to Sony mirrorless as well. Sony Alpha division and Cine Alta division, both under Sony. Gotcha. Thanks for explaining.
They have already put the Z mount on their Komodo X, which is one of the first thing they did.
have already put the Z mount on their Komodo X, which is one of the first thing they did.
Okay. See, I don't know anything.
They also created that impressive video zoom.
They also created that.
They also created that impressive video zoom.
I don't think I've seen that.
Always wanted to do. For me, I have always wanted to film pro snowboarders. I have like, and this thing. I'm learning for a little taste of this world. Hanging out with Mikey Cicerelli, who's like one of the world's best snowboarders. Literally, he's absolutely insane. I love snowboarding, but I am not even close to being a pro snowboarder. So the challenge here is, can I film a pro snowboarder and get the kinds of shots that I want to get? What gear do I need to use? What do I need to learn? Who do I need to talk to figure this all out? It was actually really nice having...
See, I like Mati. But I mean, everything he's saying, it definitely resonates with me for sure. Because I feel like I'm going through the same thought process, right? So the whole point of, even when I was saying like how I want to, in my line of work, because I'm not like I've only gone snowboarding once in my life. I loved it, but yeah, I learned how to snowboard once. And I went skiing once. It just wasn't an Asian thing to do, okay? And I grew up in a desert, so I was even further removed from hitting up these slopes. Fed says you can get a red camera with the Z mount. No excuses now. Get one tomorrow. I just spent way too much money, man. Now, the next purchases I need to make are all purchases I have to make for my IRL streaming project, the pilot. Because at least then I can be like, oh, it's part of my investment. It's all part of like the same deliverable project I'm going for. Otherwise, I'm spending too much money already. Cyrone sent a link to the 28 to 135. Oh yeah, that's the one that just got announced, right? Hold on. Let me grab that link. Oh wait, no, this is the one from before. Oh yeah, I tested this a little bit from that chimp film. So when I was on the island, I did film a bit with the 28 to 135 f4. However, I just prefer the prime lenses. Just being real, especially because like I was able to switch out lenses during the shoot. So if I had the ability, I would have preferred, and I did. I preferred shooting with the 35 1.2, the 85 1.2, the 135 1.8. So yeah, I ended up just actually switching between those lenses. But yeah. Obviously, just to have one lens that does all of those ranges at f4 is fantastic, though. So I don't take it away from it. It's just for my project, I ended up using the other lenses. So yeah, I need a new cinema lens that they will let me test out. What is the focal length of the best cinema lens? What's the most practical that people look for? I'm assuming you need something wide angle enough. And what aperture is considered like the best one for travel purposes? F4 is pretty good, but is there like a f2.8 or yeah? Anywho. Fed is asking, oh, I think this is a question for Rachel, if you're still here. What is the SDI port issue? It is an issue on many of their cameras. I'd love to get my hands on the 180 to 400 f4. Yeah, that would be good. I just want a 300 f2.8. Yeah, 300 f2.8. I would almost consider selling my 400 2.8 to get the 300 if they had it, but I say almost because I still love the 400 2.8. The 28 135 is pretty solid. Yeah, yeah, I agree. I think it's a very solid lens. It's the order of operations is known to blow easily due to inconsistency with power supply, mainly the red Komodo. Oh. Okay. I mentioned I have ADHD. I'm pretty sure I do. I'm undiagnosed. The way that I could say, could I technically diagnose myself with ADHD by saying I had an appointment for diagnosing my ADHD from a doctor, and I just never ended up showing up to that second appointment. So I feel like that should count in some ways to like, yeah, you got ADHD. Because I was going to talk about something right before and I lost it. I got distracted. It is what it is. So let's keep watching.
Not only an incredible snowboarder, but also a really, really good filmmaker. And
I remember now. Yeah, like I said, I appreciate what he's saying here because it resonates with me because that is essentially the same thing I'm trying to do, right? I don't have a passion for snowboarding in the same way that Mati has a passion for snowboarding, but you're hearing him talk through like, I love snowboarding, I do this film stuff, I have all these skills that I've built up. How can I combine the two? How can I put myself in an uncomfortable position of like learning this thing that I don't know if I could do myself? And here he's sharing that journey. I think that's great. And that's the same thing I was saying about like, I love traveling. I love wildlife, especially like traveling for wildlife. And then the question for me is like, how could I learn as I'm on this learning path? How can I learn how to do live streams so I can share from the moment of capture and encounters with people, broadly speaking? And that's when I started doing the live streams at home so I can get comfortable with it, testing, multi-streaming, all of that. And this current phase of that where I'm learning, okay, let's buy this Rodecaster, let's do some mini test, let's figure out this wireless HDMI, let's figure out all these like small steps. And shout out to Cyronius in the chat for helping me figure out more about like the actual tech required to do IRL streaming with like the Bella box or like these, you know, different rigs that you need. All of that is me in this uncomfortable space trying to figure things out in a world that it's not my world. I don't know any of these things properly, but I also know it is possible. And I know that if I stick to this path, I envision the future world where I could turn this into something that is a part of my brand, where I'm constantly traveling across Africa, across Europe, and doing these live streams, but in the field that I'm passionate and I'm close to, which is around wildlife. So I'm like having my own parallel resonance with whatever he's sharing here. Cyronius says, I guess the Zeds... One second. The day Nikon makes a Fresnel... What is... I've seen that word before. Fresnel Z-mount telephoto. It'd be such a game changer. A Fresnel. Let's talk to our southern ChatGPT here. What is a Fresnel? Fresnel.
Well now, a Fresnel is a type of lens, often used in lighthouses or stage lights. It's got these concentric rings that help focus light, while keeping it lightweight. So it gives you a strong beam without a heavy lens. Mighty useful in lighting.
My bad. Fresnel, okay? Jeez. A Fresnel. Got it. I guess the 600mm f6.3 is a Fresnel. Such an insane lens for $4,000. I just love low. I love the 2.8s. 2.8s or lower is like, especially for wildlife stuff, because you're usually shooting in low light for the best wildlife shots. You need to build up a love for it, Yobo, for when you become Mati's DP. I would love, man. Actually, you know what? I shouldn't say it as if it's impossible. I have met a few people in my life now who are like, you know, million subscriber, this or that, or whatever, you know, like just big content creators. I've had the opportunity to work with some big content creators in the past. Yeah, like there's nothing stopping the possibility to, I guess, get in the radar of some of these big guys out there to be like, yo, I would love to be a part of your crew if you're doing some kind of project, or if you're coming into Dubai sometime, reach out to me, or I would love to, yeah. So I think that's another thing I should always keep an eye out for, or like just write that down as like, yeah, try to work with them. So yeah, that'd be cool. It's honestly no big deal as long as you get practice and it becomes second nature. I have never experienced any issue when renting. I just asked in case I decide to get one. Fresnel, pronounced Fra-nel. Rachel says, you're literally going to be picked up by Nat Geo this year. Mark my words. Well, I appreciate that. You know, so I have my friend that's staying with me. So she's still here, but she's learning English because she's a native Russian Ukrainian speaker, I believe. But you know, she's learning English, and the English books that they give, like the English courses and everything, is done in partnership with National Geographic. I didn't know that was a thing. So like the books are literally Nat Geo based. And so I guess maybe the way, whatever topics are inside the book, I didn't actually open it up. I'm assuming it's like you're learning about, you're seeing photos from like different parts of the world that National Geographic photographers took. And that becomes a subject matter for learning English. I was like, I didn't know Nat Geo does that. I don't know why I brought that up because it has nothing to do with what you said, but I appreciate it, Rachel. You got to manifest the world you want, right? So that would be great. You know what? It's not about being picked up by them. I have to make my own. So I need to apply is what I need to do. So I need to actually see how to be a part of a Nat Geo project somehow. There's got to be a way. You can opt for shooting 6400 ISO if you want to use the lens that's not that fast, yeah. 64 ISO, is that the second one? No. Yeah, that's the second base ISO, right, on the ZR?
It was just so cool seeing.
Yeah, and the quality should be good too.
How the pros do it, and then I can see like, okay, that's how they do it. I'm not as good at snowboarding as Craig. How do I do this now with the skills that I have, where I can the Craig Red?
Okay. Oh, this is mostly.
Oh wait, I'm skipping all the good stuff. Oh, my bad.
Of your set, if I can do better than Craig, but that's what I'm trying to do.
Give me a little quick rundown of your setup here. You got a red. What red is this?
This is the Helium Epic W.
Heck yeah.
So it does 8K only at 30.
Helium something FW?
Helium Epic W.
Heck yeah.
So it does
Epic W.
8K only at 30.
8K only at 30, man.
But
it still does it.
It still does it, but basically I have my iPhone 17 Pro going pretty much full time for behind the scenes, and then
Social. What lens are you using?
This is just a 10-20 Sigma.
Nice.
Just a little wide angle.
Do you stay on the 10 side, or are you staying somewhere in the middle, or?
Probably 10 side most of the time.
Nice.
I've never shot with a 10 millimeter. That sounds crazy. But don't you get like a really crazy fisheye effect from that? Rachel says that's money. What, the one that this guy's talking about? I already forgot the name of it. As in it's super expensive?
You go slow-mo. This is mostly slow-mo, and so it crops in a little bit.
And then you're running the battery to this little pack here,
yeah,
so it stays light?
Keep this a little lighter battery, and then I have my monitor here, so I hook in, make sure my settings are all right, and then make sure
I just realized you don't even use a monitor because you're just on 10. That's so good. I love that.
It's fun.
You know when you're getting it, yeah.
For the most part.
Yeah,
Wait, but he says he's shooting in 10 millimeter. I think you guys are saying these are manual focus. So I'm assuming he just has it on like a super high aperture, or also because it's like a wide angle, it's not as big of a deal to get everything in focus, maybe? I have no idea.
Sometimes you miss that.
Yeah, but basically this runs full time. This only gets some.
You send Mati an email with a link to the Mongolia video in the snow. He will hire you on the spot. Well, I appreciate the optimism. You know what? You guys aren't saying wrong things. Actually, I'm going to write it down before I forget that I should, that I should try to actually email /be proactive to large creators. All right. I appreciate the vote of confidence. I'm gonna at least, it's a note, right? So it would forget in my head. But if I see it written down here, as long as it doesn't disappear. They are only $1,500 now. Oh, the one he's using. Oh, that's actually cheap. Shoot some snow leopards as you plan to, and Nat Geo would hire you too. When I think of the Helium, I think 50,000 USD when it first came out. Oh, okay. So this thing back in the day was crazy. Now it's gone down to 1,500. Okay.
Some part of it, so it's just a really expensive iPhone handle.
Love that. It gives a little weight to the iPhone, right?
Yeah, well, it shakes less. So
Yeah,
it's nice.
exactly. It's stabilizing. That's the number one of stabilization right there. Make it heavy and it's better.
Yeah.
Oh, I love hearing how people do things. I did not realize that he's literally running the red without a monitor. That's incredible. Love that. I still can't believe he's just flying around with a red in his hand, no monitor, an iPhone on the side. The rig is just like something that you'll never see on YouTube, or like somebody would be like, hey, this is my camera rig, this is how you should do it. It's like very outside of the box, but it works so well for what he's trying to do. It's kind of interesting actually how the iPhone basically acts like a monitor, even though it's not actually monitoring what the red is seeing. But if it's mounted properly, if the iPhone's getting it, then the red is also getting it. Now in this case, I was hoping to start off with the X5 and kind of like do a little bit of following and kind of figure out, I don't
Okay, so he's using the Insta360 X5. Got it. It's crazy the kind of prices you can get with the old Reds now. The only issue is all the proprietary stuff you have to use since they are so old. Okay. So it hasn't like caught up with the times.
Like the park very much or ever. And so just kind of trying to figure out how does that all work. And then I was hoping to move to my FX3. But honestly, I don't think I was ready for that yet. I think I have a lot more learning to do. And also just seeing what they're doing, I'm like, I don't think I will ever be doing what Craig is doing. So what's my version of that? And right away I'm thinking, I've thought about this before, but like, I think I should probably be doing like more normal shots with my cameras and kind of getting the BTS and like all the cool hero shots or whatever. But then for like those follow cams and stuff, I'm not good enough to go off those massive jumps and feel really good about it. So I can use my FPV skills that I've been working on for years now to do those really cool follow shots. And I might be able to even come follow even closer than the pro snowboarder filmmakers can, because obviously you don't want to hit each other. Whereas a drone with prop guards, if I accidentally bump into the pro snow, it's not that big of a deal. So right away, I'm just seeing this opportunity where this is already happening. But like me personally, if I want to film pro snowboarders, I'm way better off bringing an FPV drone and doing really cool follow shots where I'm like right in the thick of it. And then I think I also might have a leg up on some of the other FPV pilots who come from, you know, racer backgrounds or whatever. I come much more from like a cinematic background. So I'm trying to think like, what's the cool like run up to it, or like dive bomb over the trees and then get them going off a jump or whatever it is. That's how my brain's already working.
I like his breakdown so far. Red used to be the Apple of camera brands. Insane to be snowboarding along with the guy and keeping him in frame while avoiding people. Yeah, that's like proper skills, man. I would love, it's weird to say, but I think like for me, I would love to be a camera operator doing those kind of fun stuff. If I had the skills. I have no snowboarding skills, but I like being behind the scenes, capturing the moment for sure. Especially now I get more comfortable with film stuff. I think it'd be fun to follow bigger content creators and capture them properly, you know?
And so am I.
Okay, but I do want this video is about if I started filmmaking again, I would do this. I do kind of want to know, when does he explain that part?
And the more you put yourself in these situations where you have to, literally you are forced to learn something new, whether it's filming a pro snowboarder or documenting travels, going to Madrid, which I did a couple months ago, and I'm always learning more and more about kind of how to do these travel films, because I'm not doing them that often and every place is different and the technology is evolving. So I'm always trying to learn, and even if I've traveled before, there might be a new thing that I can do that changes the...
This is what I want right here, okay? A travel crew, you know, like proper... We all have roles, but we're like capturing different things. So everyone's captured at some point. BTS, drones, photos, videos. You know, that's
the whole game.
That's the thing I'm definitely missing. It just sucks being a solo traveler and not being able to get some of these key moments. That, you know, like I have so many fun moments that if I had the ability to have it captured on camera to share with people, it would have been like super cool. But that's the goal, right? We'll try to get that down. Cyrone says, I'm down. I'm your stream tech. Yo, absolutely, man. Would love to have you on board. I need to first, I think I need to convince people to move out to Dubai. So that's actually probably much tougher than any other ask. But yeah, come out to Dubai, then we'll travel. Think about it. From Dubai, you can travel to all parts of Europe, parts of Asia, parts of Africa, like more like Central Asia, which is like some of the coolest places to explore right now because it's still underexplored compared to other places, right? So you're in like the center of 3 different continents of fairly easy travel. And so then it's like, boom, we can go, you know, especially for the wildlife stuff and everything. You can film Mati filming sorry, I'm laughing at what you said there. Hold on. You can film Mati filming the snowboarders. Mati's personal behind-the-scenes biographer. That's just like, it's just a funny Russian doll concept of, yeah, you can film the, yeah. So I would film behind the scenes of Mati filming the dude who's filming the behind the scenes of that other professional snowboarder. I love it. I'm not sure that's a team. Might be just some of his buddies. I mean, either way, I kind of view it the same almost. It's like, yeah, I'm assuming a lot of these people he's traveling with are also content creators or photographers, filmmakers, all that kind of stuff. Even to me, that is like just as awesome. Because the problem I have is all my close friends, whenever we do travel, none of them give a shit about photography or video stuff like that. Which is like, you know, I'm not saying that in a negative way. It's just that's not their wheelhouse. They don't care about it. So then it does suck that I become the camera guy always on all these trips. And so it's just like a one-way system of like me capturing them, but it's not like able to like connect the full story. So yeah.
What's me?
Insane. Yeah, I agree, Ceronius. I'm down for a stream tech and BTS B-roll. Yeah, man, for sure. We're like a Nikon crew, yeah? It's all very meta, yes.
Out of my comfort zone, but I end up learning a lot more. And this is really important. The more unique skills you can collect, the more valuable you will be as a filmmaker. Let's say your skills include that you know how to work a camera and you can light a simple interview setup. Cool. Well, unfortunately, there's like millions of people that can do that. Okay, let's say you have those skills, but you can also follow along a subject and get some really nice, cool cinematic B-roll of the person. All right, now you have another skill. Maybe you are...
I do have a very unique skill, and this is like a Liam Neeson level skill, right? I've already told you guys on camera. My epic skill is walking backwards, hand holding the camera. So for low subjects, if you're the size of a chimpanzee when it's walking in a forest, I'm your man. I got you, right? I can do that perfect backwards walking, not trip over the roots and fall, and still get you on camera. That is a proper skill of mine. Z8 reporting for duty? Hells yeah, let's do it.
Are also a really good interviewer, so you can do the interview, get the B-roll, but also essentially be the director at the same time and get the things for the story that you need. That is another valuable skill. Add drone skills to that, add editing and sound design, etc., etc. The reason why I am a successful filmmaker right now is because there are very few filmmakers in the world that have the combination of skills that I do. I know how to come up with ideas, essentially be the creative. I know how to direct. I know how to shoot the video. I know how to be on camera, be a personality, be the talent. I know how to edit. I also have an audience, business skills. When you put all of these things together, it makes me a very unique filmmaker. Just like Craig, he's literally an incredible snowboarder, and he knows how to use a camera, and he can follow, and all. He has this unique skill set that like few people in the world could do what he does, and that makes him very valuable.
All right, we started off on the smaller snow park, now we're on the big boy snow park. Way scarier for me. Small stuff is fine. This I'm like, oh, I really gotta pay attention to what I'm doing in terms of my snowboarding. Man, Mikey is crazy. Also Craig, man, watching him work, so cool to see. Just like years and years of skill, different skills put together. He's an insane snowboarder too, and then seeing him film, so freaking cool. All right, let's go. Yeah, my skills, they are not there yet.
That is pretty crazy though.
I got some work to do. Definitely not pulling out the Tony to try to follow. Zero chance of that happening.
We've put ourselves...
You've got the Asian crab walk on lock? Yes. I think we coined something about that at one point. But yeah, it's I can do that Asian squat. Yeah, the side squat. No, it's a backward squat. Yeah. I got on lock is the point. Yo, says Mindful. Good to have you in here, man. Hello, Mindful. I was supposed to be working on my Mongolia episode 2. I haven't gotten there yet, and it's now 8 p.m. my time. But it's been a very productive stream, I would think. Or at least we've been kind of slow rolling this video from our boy Mati Hapoja, or however you pronounce it, and being slowly inspired in the process. Mati is a Nikon boy now, so maybe he wants a second Nikon camera guy. Oh yeah, actually, that should be the end. I should be like, hey, look, I'm also a Nikon guy. Let's work together. He's only acting as a Nikon boy. They are working some brand deals, I'm sure. Him and his brother Teppo. I didn't know he had a bro. Teppo. That's a cool name. Where is he originally from? Is he like Icelandic or Finnish or Norwegian? Yeah, migrated to camera tech bullshit. Yeah, nice. How's it going, Mindful? Yeah, so we're gonna finish this video.
Situations where we have been forced to learn and kind of like collect these skills, and the more skills you can have under your belt, the more valuable you will be as a filmmaker. The more money you'll make, the more options or choice you will have in the kinds of projects that you want to do. Literally in every way, you will have way more fun as a filmmaker, and you'll just make more money doing it.
Mikey, now that we're friends, can we go ride Whistler together?
Yeah, hit me up.
Best buds. I'm there. I want more side hit videos.
Yes, well, we should film a side video.
I can. No, I'm not gonna pretend like I can help you with that, but you can film it and I'll just follow along.
Yeah, we'll call that one. No,
It's so funny. So he is actually gonna try to do the behind the scenes of the dude who does the behind the scenes of the professional snowboarder. That's
Dude,
great.
I'm stoked that you came out.
It was so fun. Dream come true for me.
Well, I was just glad because I was like messaging you. I was like, I think this is probably the only time we'll probably line up. But I just was like, threw it out there. You want to come?
So good. Meanwhile, I'm like, am I like intruding? I'm like, I'm not cool enough or good enough to hang.
See, but I do technically want to do the same thing. Just like imagine on like a Jeep safari, or like I want to film wildlife photographers in their habitat, which sounds weird to say, as if they're the animal. But like imagine if it's a Jeep safari, if it's a walking safari, I want to document them doing their thing, right? So like if you're an award-winning photographer, it's like I would love to film you in action as you go about your routine, and then I want to film it properly. I want to be able to interview you properly and just like get you in your zone. To me, I'm way more comfortable with that kind of a capturing of content versus me being the subject and, hey guys, watch me do this thing. You know, to me, it's like I would rather chase after the ones who are already established or like, you know, the top of the game and be a part of their world or get a glimpse of their perspective on how they do what they do.
Hang over here, so like I'm like, oh, don't mind me.
The more snowboarders on the mountain, the better. And when we're all friends, that's even better.
Now, I do have some work to do on this skill of filming pro snowboarders, but I'm going to keep working at it. I definitely didn't accomplish what I wanted to accomplish.
Okay, just on a side note, because even for our Mongolia episode 2 video, this is something I was thinking about the other day, right? I was like, okay, I shot some scenes with more of like a vertical format plus like a landscape, because we had some GoPro footage in addition to like, from my Nikon camera. And so of the same moment. So I was trying to figure out how do I overlay it together. So at least, okay, we have one good example here. So I guess Mati just did like not typical, like a minimal black line to split it and then just show them side by side.
On day one, but I'm not going to stop at day one. I'm going to put myself into another situation. Maybe the next time it'll be even crazier. This was like a pretty controlled, like on a local ski hill. Next time, maybe it's in the backcountry, and that's going to be a whole different challenge of its own. Maybe next time I'll do the FPV follow stuff. Again, I'm going to have to learn a ton, just like when I went and did FPV in Maui of Jaws, which is like their big surfing wave. Like I've never filmed surfing before, especially not with an FPV drone. So like I was just learning so much about like, wait, how does this work? Where do I have to be to get the shot? And I know the next time I do that, I'll be so much better at it already. And then the next time I do it, I'll be better again. And then by like the 5th time, I will have that skill under my belt that if a company's like, hey, do you want to go film this pro surfer? I'm already as a film. Follows literally one of the best layers you valuable and successful as a filmmaker.
Okay, I like the video. I'm not exactly sure what he said he would do differently if he started filmmaking again. Actually, I guess he said if he started filmmaking again, he would try to collect more unique skills. I'm assuming he was saying diversifying is important, is the gist that I got. So instead of specializing in like just being a wedding photographer or a wedding filmmaker, try to be uncomfortable, apply your skills across a broader, spectrum of things, and that will make you more valuable over time, which I generally agree with that. So yes, we learned something. Thank you, Mr. Hapoja. Let's see. Mindful says Finland. Okay, so Mati's from Finland. Teppo Hapoja is his brother's name. Teppo is the Timu Matti in Finland, I guess. Teppo mostly vlogs out of Finland, where Matti often is in Canada doing projects with Peter McKinnon. The Timu Matti, and Matti is the Timu Peter McKinnon. That's so funny. I wonder who is above Peter McKinnon. Who would Peter McKinnon say he's the Timu of? Peter McKinnon is Timu of a coffee filmmaker. That's funny. It's been quite a while since I watched Teppo. I remember he was filming in the mountains in Finland for a Sony camera. Nice. Listen, we're going to get there. We're going to get at that point. We're going to be a proper film crew and all that. So speaking on that, let's start crushing through our video here. Let's first start. Let's do a quick little refresh. Let's start from the beginning. And Yeah, let's start from the beginning. Let's just get a nice palette cleanser. And then I have to do a bit of boring tasks with this video. So here we go. And then we have to change this text. Yeah.
Oturğulum bıyılday, kolda жоқтың қиын ай, Құстараның жүзіндей аударылған дүние. Жүруші едік той-тойлап, тұрғым бермеу бір байлап. Неkin sama kızları zaydırdınız. Herkes іздеп келген
Okay, and then we kick into the first quote-unquote intermission. So I still need to figure out what do I say here. So this is where I'll probably speak with ChatGPT or one of the AIs to help me figure out the right words to flow into this space as our little post-contextual intermission. Oh, and also I have now started my TikTok stream. So hopefully TikTok is back up and running. I will do my best not to get suspended or something, or whatever their system is. What's up? King Kruk is in the chat. What is happening, King Kruk? Hold on, I missed a few things. Mindful says it is pronounced Hapoya. What did I say? Hapoja? Okay, my bad. Mati Hapoya moved abroad and Teppo moved back home. King says I blocked all those channels. Why? What's happening, King Kruk? Thanks for being here. Thanks for being on the YouTube side. Okay, so I think this is the progress we've made so far. I'm very happy with it, but now I have to like do some boring work of bringing over a bunch of clips from my past video to see what could work for our verse number 2. There's no point in watching all those influencer channels, mostly just equipment commercials. I see what you're saying. Yeah, maybe, but I feel like maybe that's part of the growing pains of being a content creator, and then hopefully you get big enough where now you can just do your own projects. Yeah. How's the new film? Or actually, no, I see what you're saying. Because then once you get big enough, then all the big companies want to work with you, which then turns into more of those commercial projects. Maybe. I don't know. I have written it with full shot list, just waiting for the actors to have time to film it. Nice, nice. The Mongolian deep bass singing sounds similar to the one Australian instrument, the I dig it. The didgeridoo. Oh, sorry. I thought you were trying to write the word didgeridoo, and it converted into I dig it, which works either way. So I'm still working on the same project. You're already finished like 3. Yeah, Fed works. Shout out to Fed. He works super fast, as we know. King says, good evening, Sensei Hwarang. I don't even know what that word means. I'm assuming it's a Korean word. But thank you very much for saying that. I spent a day in the weekend looking up locations. That's how I get ideas for new ones. It's one thing to do that job. It's another to watch it. LOL, it's probably well paid. Yeah, Fed, you'll be part of the film crew. You'll be the colorist with your awesome Genesis software and everything. And Yeah, actually, you should be the editor because you work 10 times faster than me. Yeah, welcome if people watch on TikTok. I appreciate you. We're gonna stream. We're now streaming on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and TikTok. So I'm back on Kick. So, yeah, for those of you who are watching me on Kick, I appreciate it. Although Kick, you know, that's been my slowest growth in terms of finding people who join the community and stuff. So my assumption is everyone who watches me on Kick are just bots or like the spammer guys, you know. But listen, I appreciate all of you regardless. It's one thing to do the job, it's another to watch it. It's probably well-paid work, yeah. Okay, let me put on the music now as we get into the grind. How important is autofocus for your work? From my work, I would say it's pretty
At
important.
Yovel Prize, can I kindly ask that you change your chat theming on your stream overlay?
Says,
it's so small and doesn't really match the rest of your setup.
Ask that you change your chat theming on your stream overlay. It's so small and doesn't really match the rest of your setup.
Huh. I like, by the way, the TTS voice said my name with, like, it rolled the R's very nicely. So you're saying, can I kindly ask that you change your chat theming on your stream overlay? It's so small and doesn't really match the rest of your setup. You're talking, oh yeah, so let's say right now in this editing mode you're saying, so like I have the chat up top, yeah? I wouldn't mind changing it. I'm just also very lazy at this point. I think for me, the main thing is trying to figure out what is the best way to have the largest real estate for my editing screen. You know, so like, because when I'm editing here, I need to maximize as large of the space as possible. And I was considering like, well, what if I crop the viewing point? But like, I need the full monitor screen, right? Like I need to show everything in case it gets cropped. I don't want anything cropped, right? So then I have to stick to like a quote unquote, like a 16:9-ish, whatever the widescreen is of my monitor. So then I only have so much space to put the other stuff. So I can increase the vertical size, or I could increase the font size. That's probably the easiest one. Okay, so that's what I'll do. Sorry, it took me a while to think it through. So I can just go into later on, I'll increase the font size, but I'll keep it in the same box, but we'll just make it larger, yeah? We can and we shall do that. Thank you very much, Cyronius. Fed says, you should have been here earlier to figure out the red camera that was used to film snowboarding. Might have been an Epic Dragon or similar. No, the guy said it in the video. What did he say? Oh, shoot, I already forgot. I think it started with an H. Helium something, maybe? I don't know. He did mention the name of the red camera. You have a lot of fluffy borders. Yeah, yeah. Listen, there are things that we need to change, but one thing I have learned from is like sometimes perfection is not good, and I tend to lean towards always trying to perfect things. And that was one of the areas where I decided to let it go. This is good enough in terms of the overlay, and I was like, okay, let's proceed. And we can always improve things when better people come, or when someone like you, Cyrus, comes in with like the proper feedback. And then I was like, okay, let's collect the feedback, see when I need to prioritize it. What is that 12 whatever pixels on the left? Oh, I don't actually know. I don't think I have a lot of space on the left side. Like I said, I was trying to maximize as much space for the monitor screen without making it completely go against the edge or something. In my dialect, we do something different with R's, similar to that throat singing. It's an R sound that has been in use since at least the Viking Age. Dang. I love the Nikon 35 1.2. I'm thinking of picking up the new King. I just bought the 35 1.2. It's actually what I'm using for my cat camera here. So we got our beautiful cat just hanging out here on the 35 1.2 plus the Z9. So thinking of picking up the new Leica Nocti Lux 35 1.2. That sounds fancy. Fed says it's a helium weapon. Helium and Gemini are awesome, but they're on the bottom of my red sensors list. Gotcha. Okay, so we got this video. Like I said, I'm pretty happy with the first verse, aka kinship. I think we got our B-roll lined up properly. Then I need to add some voiceover and a soundtrack for our first intermission as we see this eagle homing in for a landing. And then boom. So then the next verse is about the hunt. So here, when the B-roll kicks in, so this is the throat singing, and this is where we need to show a bunch of footage of the eagle hunters out on the hunt. So that might mean I need to use some clips from my previous episode, but we were seeing there's a decent number of footage I should be able to use, and so I need to start bringing that in. So how can we do that? Let's see. Let's look through these clips maybe. So this could, like I said, it's I should have done this off stream, but I didn't have time today. I did a bit of shopping, but I just need to go through all of these clips to find the ones that fit the theme of hunting, the hunt. So how can I say, let me see. They're all cool. It's like film stocks with the reds. Gotcha. So what we're going for is we have 4 verses. Let me refresh myself on the verse. So verse 1 was on kinship, hence why we have all these clips of camaraderie. Whoops. Everyone having fun. So verse 1 is kinship. That is the first of the 4 pillars of the Altai people, at least of what I captured on camera and what I experienced personally. So the first one we're going is how they bond together, the communal aspect, which is a huge part of their culture because they're nomadic people. And so they, while it's interesting, they're nomadic and yet they're very communal. And I need to make sure I remember that. I need to say something to that effect in the intermission in a very poetic way. I'm going to forget that line. Should I write it down? Give me a second. I know I have it somewhere here. Let's bring up my Notion. Okay. Okay, so let me write it here somewhere. Quick thoughts. For the first intermission, when reflecting on kinship, maybe a poetic way to describe the juxtaposition of their nomadic lifestyle, yet very communal something. Communal, there's got to be a word that follows that. Communal ... Okay. We'll leave it up to ChatGPT to fill in the gaps there. King's asking, hold on, sorry, I missed a few things here. I'm in a decision, need to get a monitor for studio use on my ZR, either the Portkeys LS7P or the BM7 Mark II. The BM7 II is on sale right now on B&H for $600. So you need a monitor for studio use for your ZR. So I'm assuming you need something that has good colors, but I haven't bought a new oh wait, no, I bought the Apple monitor, the studio display. I'm not sure. The one monitor I have a BenQ monitor that I bought like over 10 years ago, I think, at this point, and that served me pretty well for a while. And now since I moved everything into like Apple, I've got like an Apple Studio display, which is very beautiful but very insanely expensive. I don't know with either of those brands, but you know who does know? Let's ask ChatGPT real quick. Okay, someone needs to get a monitor for studio use with their Nikon ZR, and they're looking at either the Portkeys LS7P or the BM7 II. Which one would you recommend?
I'd lean toward the Portkeys LS7P. It's got excellent brightness for outdoor use, solid monitoring tools, and strong build quality. For the ZR, that'll give you reliable results.
Okay, so ChatGPT said the LS7P, but one thing that was a little off-putting by her response is that she said something about how it's really excellent for outdoor use. But why would you said you need it for studio use, right? So why the F does it matter how good it is against the burning sun outside? But that is what she said, and it's a better response than I had, so. King's asking, did the cool nomads think you were part of their tribe? I've had a number of people ask if I'm Mongolian, so you know what? I am part of it. I have been looking at some mountains. Oh yeah, this is for your film project, right? The World War II fortress down here. Mountainsides leaning into the ocean. Hopefully we'll get at least get to go shoot at one of those. Would be a road trip. Well, Fed, if I could recommend something, as if you haven't already thought of this, or if you haven't, I would highly recommend filming the behind the scenes, because you never know. I think showing that as like a video in and of itself could be fun. Showing like, you know, the road trip and you're filming selfie mode, vlogging style, and just kind of putting it all together. And then that becomes a nice way to promote the final video anyways, right? So, and it gets you comfortable in front of the camera and all the other benefits of it. I only use the small HD. Anyone have experience with port keys? I have no idea. I've never heard those words in my life until today. Hopefully my buddy, the actor in the films, has some time off so we can road trip down and shoot a film there. I consider it a small HD, but the port keys have both SDI and HDMI in and out for both. Some great features. I haven't tried these monitors. Not only that, I've never used SDI on my side. The monitor is so dope. When I have it all rigged out, I set up a decent wildlife blind. Oh, you got, wait, when you say wildlife blind, is that the same thing as like a wildlife hide? So I can run all day long on one V-mount battery with my Cineback. The LS7P is also only $450. Mainly studio, but I would sit all day in my photography blind, and it'd be cool to have a monitor all set up. I've never heard this word blind used, so I'm a little lost in the sauce there. We have done that before when road tripping, but it's only the two of us, so we can't do behind the scenes when filming. Yo. Well, this is where those action cameras are perfect, right? So there's one thing I did in the past. If you get like an Insta360 X5, I had the Insta360 X5. You actually see it in my starting soon video. Actually, here, let me find it real quick. Actually, I think I have it. I have the project open somewhere. It doesn't matter. Hold on. 1 second, 1 second. Where would it be? Videos 2025 montage. Here we go. So in my video, I think I have a clip in here somewhere. Let's see. Ah, here. So, oh yeah, so this shot right here. Can I rewind? I can't. The way I got this shot was on the base of the cage of my Z9. I had I'm assuming it's like some kind of small rig device where I could attach the X5, literally just pointing parallel to the lens. So you see my lens, and then the X5 was directly underneath the lens, both pointing in the same direction. And it was just rigged up to the cage of my camera. And then this allowed me to get that 360 angle shot, but it's like super wide angle. So then you can actually see points of view when I'm like carrying around the camera, like in this shot, right? Do I have more of that? Hold on. Yeah, so it's a very brief shot, unfortunately, but yeah. So then that was like one example where if you have an action camera, you're able to kind of get that set up, and it's not that heavy, so it doesn't like end up being too cumbersome. Or like when you're in the road trip, I guess if you get, like right now, I just bought that DJI Osmo Nano. And so I think it might come with the kit, or you might have to buy it separate, but you can use one of those like suction cups and have it attached to the windshield. And then you get a nice like interior shot while you're on the road, right? So then you can, you know, chit chat, or as you're driving, time lapse, stuff like that. But anyways, I digress. We can do the trip down, etc. Yeah. So maybe on the way back. I don't want to have anything more on my mind when filming the film. It's enough filming, doing audio and setting up. That's a good point too. You know, it's like simplify things if you're already doing very complicated tasks. So yeah. Mindful says it's a wildlife hide. I custom made it. Yo, thank you very much, Mantis. Ooh, it's following me on the kick side. All right, all right. Well, you know, I accept. Thank you. Okay. I'm very hesitant. I'm wondering what you're gonna sell me. But thank you, Mantis, if you're actually following me as a real person. Thank you. Mindful says, yes, it's a wildlife hide. I custom made a hide camo pop-up where I can swap up those military canvas type shredded camo colors. I've always wanted to do that, so that's really cool that you do it. I might have to reach out to you at some point and ask. But the problem is, it's like I don't have any desire to do it in Dubai. You could set it up in the desert, and there are like these Arabian foxes and some other animals, but it's not like conducive. Like it doesn't beat being in a forest, you know, like being surrounded by trees and like just the sound of nature around you instead of like barren desert. Fed says, you don't want any extra equipment other than what we really have to carry when hiking those mountain forts. Gotcha. King says, Yobel's the real deal. You're like you're on a recon mission when on the field. Yo, I'm definitely overkill. Okay. Where's that footage? Yeah. If you could see this, so you can see here. Oh, thank you, Mantas. Shout out again. Thank you for following me on the Twitch side. So you must be a real person. So I appreciate you. Thank you for that. Yeah, so if you look at this quick little shot here, the way I travel, so this is when I was trekking the mountains for guerrilla. It was a guerrilla trek, right? So I had a double camera system. I had my Peak Design at the time, a sling bag, and then I had my Gitzo backpack. So I'm carrying both. I had a porter who helped me out at times too, which is awesome. But once it's ready for like camera mode, I would have everything with me. But then I am carrying my heavy Nikon Z9 with, I think I had the 85mm f1.2 lens attached here. And then I have my Insta360 Go 2 clipped onto the hat. And then on my chest, I believe I was wearing a GoPro with the magnetic necklace. And then on the side, on the other side of this backpack strap, the shoulder strap, I had the Osmo Pocket 3 attached, so it's pointing forward. And then in the backside, I don't remember if I did it for this or not, but usually I would have an Insta360. I'd have the selfie stick, like the super long one, with the Insta360 attached to it. For this particular shot, I had it under the camera, but I have done trips like that where you have a huge ass pole sticking out of your backpack. And then in my sling bag, I would have my other camera. So here I'm carrying the Z9. In the sling bag, I have the Z6 III with, I believe, a 24-70 or a 70-200 lens, probably the 24-70. And so that way I could switch between the 85 or a 24-70, depending on what I needed to capture. I think either that or I had the 85 and a 50mm. If I were to do this trip again, I would be shooting with an 85 1.2 and the 35 1.2. But that's also super heavy. So yeah, it is. I guess what I'm proud of. Mantis says, nice to be here, not to sell anything, mates. Well, thank you. I apologize for being skeptical of your earnest desires to support the channel. And thank you for the follow. And thank you for following me on 2 different platforms. That's double thanks. I took a pop-up camo floor model unit and then sewed in zippers for the tripod legs. I think custom cut some lens holes and added 10-foot by 10-foot camo netting covers that I can swap out. That is intense. I would love to, man, I want to photograph bears more often, but that's also probably one of the most terrifying subjects to photograph. But I would assume I might want one of those types of hides. I do need to do a trip out to Alaska. I have to keep saying I would need to. I should just look into it and book it. I do want to do like an Alaskan trip and do all the wildlife that's out there. And if I can figure out the Starlink situation, then I would love to stream while I'm in Alaska. The Sherpas just come over here to build steps and such for some of our hiking areas here in Norway. So no Sherpas available to carry my equipment when making mountain forest movies. Well, that's a huge bummer, man. Those Sherpas or porters or whatever they're called, depending on where you are, they are insanely strong. It's like insane. They should be in the Olympics. There should be an Olympic sport for Sherpas, honestly. And it should be like the best Sherpas of the world should have like an international competition and you should be coined the strongest Sherpa. Although that doesn't roll off the tongue easily. The strongest Sherpa. That should be a Netflix. That should be a Netflix game show. They do such bullshit shows anyways. There should be a Sherpa show. The strongest Sherpa show. There you go. Strongest Sherpa show. Get people to say that 3 times or however many times, right? But anyways, yeah, I agree. Having a porter is nice. But yeah, this is... I don't always travel like this because my body is not as strong as it used to be. But this is why when I was traveling like every month for over like a year and a half recently, I lost so much weight and I kept good muscle mass. And then once I stopped traveling for the majority of last year, so I can start, building out the YouTube channel and start streaming, I gained so much weight. And that's why we're back in the gym and we're trying to be healthy again. But yeah. Can you imagine? This is like, yeah, this is how I'd walk around when we're doing like, so this is like a rhino walk. So I'm carrying around this Gitzo backpack. I've got another sling bag here with another camera. I've got my heavy ass lenses. And then this is how you do it, man. It's so much fun. It is so much fun. So it is a service. It is a marketable service. So maybe when I reach out to our boy Mati Hapoya or Teppo, was that his brother's name? I should send him clips like this to be like, yo, I can carry, I'll be your Sherpa. Okay, that's what I'll be. I won't be Mati's, what did you guys say earlier? I forget what you said. But I won't be his DP, I'll be his Sherpa, okay? It's like, yo, hire me. I'll just carry your lenses, man. Yeah. We hire some of the best from the Himalayas here to help set up new, easier routes to many of the famous hiking spots in the mountains, so it's available to hike for more people. They are great. Yeah, it's one of the toughest jobs, man. Let me see if I have any more shots to show. I think I do a little bit more selfie stuff later. This one, yeah, I just strapped a GoPro to the head, but that was horseback. Is that it? Yeah, that's about it. I thought I had a bit more self. Oh, here it is. Hold on. So this is early days. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So here's the other side of it, right? So then here you would see I have the Osmo Pocket strapped to the camera back. Or sorry, to the backpack shoulder strap. And then what else? Yeah, man. I'm like a Terminator, all right? I'm like a walking bionic at this point. And the toughest part, you're doing this in like a freaking dense jungle where they have someone with a machete to like chop through, and you're not on like a walking path. Usually you are literally just, plowing your way through the forest. So the biggest trick was like trying to figure out how to not fall, and then knowing that you will fall. So making sure all the cameras are protected, or like knowing to, camera protected first, and like not get the lens scratched, stuff like that. Anyways, yeah. Okay. So where were we? We need to edit our video. So we had this. Oh, yeah. I needed to bring over a bunch of clips from our first episode. So I need to find all clips that are related to some kind of action of the eagle hunters when they're actually hunting. This one, I think... Oh, yeah, sorry. That was what I need to look at as well. What were all the themes? So verse 2 is the hunt. Then we have another intermission of the eagle. Act 3 or verse 3 is homestead, so that's the family. I might change the name from homestead because who says that word? Who knows what it means? You know what I mean? So I should probably switch it to like family, or I don't know, something a bit more direct. But yeah, the third verse would be talking about the pillar of family in the culture, and so we'd have all the B-roll of that. Another intermission of the eagle. And then the final verse, resilience. Okay, so then the resilience verse is where I show a lot of like the crazy nature. So we'd be probably repurposing some of the clips from the first episode where you see like the blizzard, the -40 degrees, the dead horse, moments like that to kind of carry home the message of like, man, these guys are living in some of the harshest terrains known to man, you know? So it's like craziness. And then we have our final intermission, which is what we start the video with. We get this nice, actually, let's play it out again. It's been a while. Oh yeah, so I'm doing what Mati did, right? I got a vertical on one side and then more of a landscape on the right. So if anything, Mati copied me, okay? Yeah, so I think it still makes sense to show this side by side. And then we have our farewell song. So then this is where I just use a bunch of B-roll where you see me saying goodbye, you know, packing up, flying home, coming back to my cats, that kind of stuff. So yeah, story structure wise, I think it makes sense. I believe I have enough B-roll to fill in each of the songs. The only key thing that's missing besides doing the work for it is figuring out how can I apply the context of this video appropriately, either through my voiceovers or in these opening moments where I can apply some text here to carry home the message. So other than that, we have the breakdown. So we start with kinship, to hunt, to family, to resilience, to farewell. Okay, so let's go back. Let's start finding these. So this would, for instance, be probably used in the resilience chapter, because now we're seeing the crazy snowstorm. Actually, let me see where are all these clips coming from. Find in media pool. It might just be better to go through all of this. Okay, it might be better to just literally go through my original clips once I find the right moments. There's a guy online who travels all the mountain fortresses and other bunker sites and forts and documents all that spots in every bunker, barrack, and shooting position. Excellent site. I used to find locations, get ideas for new films. Oh, nice. That's a good way to... That's interesting. You're smart for thinking of that. The Norwegian coast is riddled chock full of these sites, so there's endless opportunities. And Fed, I agree. Mati, just being a copycat, man. Not cool, not cool. I was trying to think, is there a way I can apply some of these camel clips to my chapters, but it doesn't really work. So it is what it is. Actually, that's what we're going to do. I'm just going to, instead of going through these clips, I think I'm just going to go one by one in my laundry list of video clips and just start dragging them over based on if I think it'll work for my needs. So like, for instance, this one, let's drag this in. So again, what I'm looking for is any clip that I might potentially use for our second chapter around the hunt. So showing the eagle hunters as they're actually out and about doing, you know, living their lifestyle, which is one of being hunters. So unfortunately, because we didn't have a successful hunt, I don't have any actual shots of the eagle grabbing a prey. But we do have a lot of shots where you see a bunch of these eagle hunters in their outerwear or whatever, hunting gear, and riding out into the tops of the mountains. So that we'll have to do in terms of what I can share. And then we have some shots of them charging straight towards the camera, right? So those could be useful as well to mix in. So I'm just going to bring everything possible, and then we'll be more judicious as we filter through. Next, we'll see Mati dressed up in camo in a World War II bunker jacket, chatting up a Nikon ZR in a pink tutu. Wait, that last part there, are you saying someone's going to be in a pink tutu in your upcoming film? Did you just give the game away? Filmed by our very own Yobel in personal biographer mode, yes. Give me clips for the hunt. Oh yeah, so for the most part, I'm not going to be in the shots except for at the end for the farewell scene. Like I said, I'm not going to be we're not center stage, right? Except for my voice, if it makes sense. This could, if I flip it, it could be for the, actually, I don't know. I could use something like this in this chapter as like an opening scene, but I think I have better close-ups of the eagle. Because obviously the eagle is a crucial part of their lifestyle for hunting. It is the thing that does the hunt usually. So yeah, that'll be like our establishing scene, right? So I'll establish the scene by introducing the characters that are crucial to the hunt, which would be the eagle, the hunter, and the horse. So I'll need like 3 close-ups, or maybe start with a wide angle of all 3. So even a shot like this might be better. Shot of all 3, then we have a close-up of each of the individual subjects. I think that's probably the best way to start it out. So something where all 3 is visible, and then hopping into like some individual shots. So a shot like this could be useful as well because we get 2 of the characters, but then, you know, it's a little bit unbalanced. Yeah, it's not balanced probably because obviously we're missing the human. I think I brought this one in already, right? Hey, what is happening, Kavai? Kavai is in the chat saying lurk. Well, thank you for hashtag lurking, or no, exclamation mark lurking, command lurking. Thanks for being here, Kavai. I do need to respond to you, or I need to double check the things you had sent me about potential trip. I'm looking at my current timeline. We're already in we're past the first week of February. March is a bit iffy for me because there might be a potential project that I'll be a part of, but it's still not confirmed. But yeah, because like ideally I want to do a trip out to what do we call it? The Nordics. I want to do a trip to like Norway, Finland, all of those places. But yeah, shout out to Gavai for putting me in touch with like a dog sledding company, or like, yeah, I would love to do an interview and film like a small project type thing of dog sledding and the culture of it, as well as meeting the reindeer tribe in Norway or like some of the other countries. So, and the best time to do it, I don't know, but I assume if I do it in the winter time, it'd be super awesome. You get some of that northern lights, you get the crazy weather conditions. I love filming and photographing in the snow. So the Nikon ZR is dressed in a pink tutu, which might or might not mean I dress my ZR in pink tutus. I don't even want to ask, but okay, listen, you do you. Okay, so we used this shot before for episode 1, but it still does convey, you know, we're taking a break while on the hunt, as they say, right? So shots like this could be useful. Because then we get the shots. I think I used this I used some of this already in episode 1. But you get these shots where you see the Eagle hunter galloping forward. I think we have better clips when the snow kicks in, but you should meet up with Teppo and do a long form interview with him about him and Finland. Could be a way to make Matti jealous and hire you. Okay. Listen, I'm not. I know you're obviously kidding and stuff, but what's the word I was thinking of when you were saying that, or the feeling I get? I don't want to take advantage of, as if I would be, but like, it feels weird to reach out to the Timu version of Matti, as we were saying, or like to the brother of Matti to get to Matti, you know, or what am I thinking of? There's like something about that that's shady, right? There's like a word I'm sure I'm not thinking of. But yeah. Oh, and then I think the shot of this could be one of the final scenes. Because obviously now you see the end of the hunt, or like you would see as if like, you know, if the eagle caught something and you're seeing it eat something. So, you know, it feels symbolically like a good way to end the hunt B-roll, maybe. We have our epic snow charging shots, so these could be used here. I'm not sure. I'll just drag everything over. I think maybe a little bit of the eagle in flight could be nice. So maybe one of these shots here could be useful. I don't know if I dragged the right ones over. Let me try again. Yeah. Both these guys. Mindful says, Teppo is more of a tech tuber though. Matti has been doing it much longer, is more storytelling at this point. But Teppo, of course, still has almost 115,000 subs. Dang. Matti's really more of a vlog, isn't it, now, since... as the audience to do that, since didn't he quit YouTube, and when starting up again it's mostly a vlog of... Oh, I didn't know. Man, I don't know any of this lore. Maybe one day we're gonna get so big people will be spreading those stories about me. Oh, didn't he do that thing that one time and then he moved on to this? Didn't he retire from YouTube a while ago? After hitting his 10th million... Is that the right way to say it? The 10 millionth subscriber. Oh, this is a good one. Okay, so we got some good eagle shots here. Yeah, we ended up using this. Okay, we got a good close-up here of the eagle. Rachel said, didn't he retire from YouTube and get picked up by Nat Geo? Oh, dang. That's amazing. Matti left for a year to raise his kiddos. Oh, good on him. Wow, look at these people living a real life. I do not think vlogging will ever go away. People talk about that a bit, but I think it's here to stay. Oh, do people talk about vlogging going away? Oh, Rachel, you're saying about me. Gotcha. All right, right. I was like, yo, I didn't know Mati was the type that would do like Nat Geo stuff. Oh, wow. Okay. Impressive. Thank you. Yes, you were talking about me. Yes. Sorry. We're a bit dense in the head at times. Yeah, like I don't think vlogging will ever go away. If anything, I feel like that's the form factor that will stay, right? Because now with like live streaming, with like the tech gear that's possible, like everyone can have an Osmo Pocket 3 and just become a live streamer, a vlogger. You get these like tiny cameras now. So it's like it's more accessible or easier to capture your life. And so now more people would probably want to step in front of the camera with the latest gear, wireless mics and everything. It's like so much easier to just voice your opinion on things. It doesn't mean you have a good opinion though, and it doesn't mean you have a personality that could make it, but I imagine more people will try. I was like, yeah. I just assumed it would be never going away. And especially as we talk about AI and stuff like that, if there's one thing, you know, if there's like one category, a genre of all these artistic things that should be the most resilient or resistant to like AI, it would be probably just sharing your personality, because then people are watching you for you, right? So if you're a vlogger, nobody can be better at being you than you. Or AI could be better. You know, we've talked about this on stream before. We're like, yeah, I'm sure AI can be better at being you, but people don't want to watch that version. They want to watch the version that, you know. So anyways, I just picked up a DJI Action 5 because I've been inspired to maybe start making some stuff for YouTube. I want to get focused on short wildlife trips. Nice, nice. Listen, if you need any advice, you know, wildlife is my bread and butter for sure. That's where I've spent most of my time in my recent years of trying to be professional. So happy to share my knowledge. Okay, we got some more biting. So for now, I'm just dropping all these clips. I'll be a bit more organized once I go through everything. I just want to gather any potential clips. Any potential clips for this chapter. So maybe I should grab this one because you see the actual takeoff point, and then we can mix in some other shots. Oh man, I'm getting so hungry. What did I eat today? I had some dumplings. I need like real food. Oh yeah, I said if I could remember, which I'm remembering now, and it might not be too late. If there's a Filipino restaurant in Dubai, I might want to order some Filipino food. Because I don't actually think I know Filipino food. That's like really, that's I feel embarrassed to say that. Okay, this is a nice shot. Hold on a second. Let me just let's talk to ChatGPT real quick. It's always been funny to me. His name, Mati Hapoya, was an infamous serial killer during the famine back in the late 19th century. You know where my mind went? It's like, well, can you really blame the serial killer? It was a famine. You got to do what you got to do, you know? He escaped prison many times and was sent to Siberia. Okay. Mati Hapoya. Well, it's not like Mati Hapoya from back then would reincarnate as another Mati Hapoya, right? Is that how it works? Okay, I want to order some Filipino food for dinner tonight. So can you do two things? One, can you switch from your southern drawl accent to a Filipino accent? And could you also share with me the top 5 dishes that are most popular of Filipino food?
Switching to a Filipino accent, here are top Filipino dishes. Chicken adobo, a savory tangy stew, often considered a national favorite. Bicol Express is a spicy pork dish with coconut milk. Sinigang is a sour tamarind-based soup. Lechon is a whole roasted pig, often for celebrations. Gare-gare is a rich peanut-based stew. And halo-halo is a colorful dessert with shaved ice and various sweet toppings.
Okay, I'm looking for dinner options. I'm a big meat and rice kind of guy. So what would you recommend? If I love fried rice usually, what is a good option for Filipino food?
If you love fried rice, you should try sinangag, which is Filipino garlic fried rice. But for a more complete meal, look for silog dishes, like tapsilog with cured beef or long silog with sweet sausage. It's your favorite rice, plus a savory meat, and often a fried egg. It's hearty and full of flavor.
Could you say the first two things again? I forgot.
Of course, the first one is sinangag, which is garlic fried rice. The second is tapsilog, where you have beef, usually cured or marinated, served with garlic fried rice and a fried egg. Both are delicious.
The sinangag, garlic fried rice. I think that's the one I go with. Second is tapsilog, where you have beef, served with garlic fried rice. Ooh, okay. That might be the one. For a moment, it actually did a good Filipino accent, and then it turned into like an Indian accent, and then it just like did its own thing. Fed says, one of the possible murders was a guy named Rich Mati. So yeah, I think he killed to get money for food, etc. Okay. Hard times, man. It's hard to know since it was sensationalized so much in media at the time, similar to Jack the Ripper, so it's become somewhat of a legend. Okay. Man, we're learning so much. So much. Wait, Fed, are you in Finland or Norway? Have I been mixing it up? This whole time I thought you were from Norway, but if you can clarify. Have I been mixing it up? Typical American, you know? We just, it's one and the same. Norway. Okay. So I was right. Haha. Okay, I am actually getting super hungry. Give me more shots of the hunt. Where would ice fishing go? Would ice fishing fall into the hunt? I mean, in a broad sense, I guess it does say, it makes sense to say like, oh yeah, ice fishing is part of the hunting lifestyle. But it's not as like exciting, you know? It's just footage of them drilling a hole and then just waiting around. Also, we weren't successful because then that snowstorm kicked in. So yeah, I guess we won't use it. Or I guess this would go into the resilience shot to show a bit of the background and then when the snowstorm kicked in. Oh, this could be the opening shot of the B-roll for the family vibes or the homestead if I keep the naming homestead. Okay, this one could work. But you know, Finland is close by. We hear about stuff in history from Finland. It would be like you hearing about something in a neighboring state in the US. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, we have one shot of the horse, maybe, that we can use early on. And then the question becomes, I feel like this is a really cool shot that I have. And the question was like, do I want to reserve this for the resilience chapter where we see the snowstorm and stuff? But I think, you know what, this is probably a better one because it shows the horse, the rider, and the eagle all nicely put together. So this probably should be the main shot that we use. We have a married couple from Finland 2 houses down the street from our house in Spain too, so we talked to a lot when we were there. Okay. Oh yeah, so this is my travel gear as FYI, I guess. So when I'm doing like these heavy duty stuff, I've been using the Peak Design carbon fiber tripod, which has been surprisingly durable and strong. Like it holds the 400. I think I've shot with like a 600 as well without any issues. So just because it looks super portable and lightweight doesn't mean it's not super strong. So yeah, it holds up. I have this Pro Media Gear Katana Junior gimbal head, I think is the name of it, which I got because it's like very lightweight as far as these gimbal heads go. And then from there I attached the my 400. And then yeah, this is how I'm able to film a bit more stably or photograph as well. But now I'm trying to look for options for monopods. I mentioned briefly. So I'm looking at different, I think there's like the Sirui monopod is the one I'm probably going to end up getting. And then a smaller fluid head or whatever. Okay, so these shots will be part of the resilience vibe. Same with these ones, I think. Yeah. So once the snow kicks in heavily, I think we reserve those shots for resilience. Oh man, the food in Mongolia was so good. Oh, you know what? I need to freaking it's 9:20. It might already be too late. Let me see. Can I order food? In the meantime, which of my cats are here? Okay, we got kimbap. So let me put kimbap on as I look at this food ordering app. And then let me type in Filipino with an F. Filipino comfort food. Give me the best rated one, you know? The Tapa King, Silog Express, Papolicious Cucina, Jolly Bee. Okay. They have spaghetti, but Filipino style. Ooh. There's Mongolian takeaway in Dubai. Oh, actually, Mongolian food. Do they have that here? I highly doubt that for some reason. But the Mongolian food was excellent. Just a lot of meat and carb stuff. 1 second. I have to prove that I'm not inactive on TikTok by doing a puzzle piece. There we go. Filipino Lola Lita Filipino comfort food. They've got Filipino style carbonara, Filipino style spaghetti. What the heck? I apparently don't know much about Filipino food. I didn't know they did that. Grill corner. Okay, let's see. Rice and beef tripe porridge in ginger-based broth. That doesn't sound half bad. Bulalo with rice. Sinigang na baka with rice. Yo, I don't know what any of this is. What's the one that ChatGPT said? Sinigang. Oh, that's the one. Sinigang. It's garlic fried rice. Sinigang. Bulalo. Chicken, barbecue, tilapia. I just want fried rice. Give me my tapa fried rice. Ooh, signature tapa cooked with rice and stir-fried veggies. This might be it. Just give me that tapa fried rice. Wok fried chicken, kimchi. Oh, they got Korean food. Tapsalog. Oh, I've heard that word though before. Tapsalog. Tapsalog chicken. Okay. I should be on a diet though. I shouldn't eat too much food. Nasi goreng. Goto. I think, you know what? Hello, Jeffrey. Jeffrey over on TikTok says hello. Well, thank you for saying hello. Sorry, I'm taking a break from doing some proper photo video editing because I'm hungry. It is now almost 9:30 p.m. over in Dubai. And I figured I should try some Filipino food. Yo, Solo Plays YT. Thank you for the sub over on YouTube. I appreciate it. All right. Thank you for subbing while I'm doing the most boring thing, which is trying to figure out how to order proper Filipino food here. Fried chicken with steamed rice. I mean, that sounds good. Bulalo with rice. Bulalo is a Filipino boiled soup. I'm not in a soup mood. Kare beef with rice. Oh my god. There's so much here. Chicken sisig with rice. Sizzlers. Okay, here we go. We're going to order this tapa fried rice. And then milkfish that is marinated overnight in a mixture composed of vinegar, crushed peppercorn, garlic, and salt, and then fried until crispy. I don't think my friend will appreciate the smell of whatever this is if I order it. So out of respect to her, I'm just going to get this chicken sisig with rice. Okay. There we go. Got myself some Filipino food. It should arrive in 35 minutes to 55 minutes. So that probably will be a good timer for when I should end the stream, at the very least, depending on how hungry I'm feeling. There we go. Okay, now let's get back into it. So where were we? I'm just trying to pull in some of these clips from my. So right now we are working on my part 2 of my travel vlog in Mongolia. And I'm working on one of the next chapters, which is going to be shots of the eagle hunters when they're preparing, when they're on the hunt. So like a shot like this should be fine, although it's very low light. Some of this like point of view of the eagle could be nice. So let me just drag these over. They're like super long clips though, so I should, we'll figure it out. Okay, this could work. Oh, Rachel, thank you very much. You know, I used to be really bad with that, switching the scenes. It was like so bad where I think the first 40 some odd days of my live stream, I think I didn't go a single day without forgetting to switch scenes. So I had an emote that people would use to remind me that I'm being an idiot, which is like I took a photo of my gorilla shot and then just put a bunch of red exclamation marks and like shouting to get my attention. It's still available. I forgot all the emote commands. Mindful says that is such a cute kitty though. It is a cute one, yeah, you know what? I meant to do it. That's what I should have said. What, you thought I wanted to show you guys what I'm working on? No. Look at this beautiful cat. Handsome lad, Kimbap over there. Where's Nala? Oh. Yo, that's a little bit terrifying. I look around to look for her as I ask about it, and she's just like literally right behind me, staring up at me, just a foot away. A little scary, Nala. What the heck? Let me grab her. Oh man, I need to reset. I have to set up my ASMR microphone again. My cat sounds so amazing, purring. Nala is out getting Filipino cat food. You know where I was gonna go with that. You know what they say about me, my people, my Asians. Although I'm not Filipino, I guess it doesn't extend to them. Also, does it extend to Korean people as well? No, Korean people, the stereotype was always that we would eat dogs, which I guess historically maybe that was the case. Actually, I don't know. I don't know enough. She's pissed you didn't order any for her. Man, these guys are so... They get spoiled so much. Oh, look, both my cats are being lively now. Look at that handsome lad, Kimbap over there, in proper lighting. That warm light coming through. And then, look at Nala. Fed says, yeah, I didn't mean it like that. I love Asian food. Yeah. Obviously, I was the one being a little edgy. Look how pretty she is. Wow. Let's just take a moment. This is my little break from the project. This is why I'm so slow. This is why it's taking me forever to work on these things. And you get a little bit of my video. So I've been doing this recently, but I put some of my YouTube videos on loop in the background there. So like some of the slow TV kind of stuff, like the wildlife footage that I have, or even some of our lo-fi catnaps videos. So then that way, when I switch to this camera, you get a bit of motion in the background. You get a little glimpse into the wildlife stuff. Yes, Nala. Nala. What's going on? What are you looking at? Okay. That was a good enough break. I don't know what she's looking at, but let's keep going. Oh yeah, so let's drag this one in. I'm not sure where this would go. Man, Mongolia is beautiful, by the way. If anyone ever has the opportunity to travel there, I highly recommend it. I mean, Mongolia is massive as well. There's like so many places. I've only been to one particular location, but being out here in the wild, wild east. And apparently it looks so different in the summertime, because then all of this is green. So it's kind of like I need to plan a trip to come out here in that type of weather. And I need to do another trip to search for the palace cat. I was not that successful last time looking for the palace cat. I would like to try again. Okay, so this is all the section that we were working on already. Here we go. Now I do have better clips because this was shot with the GoPro, but let me drag it over anyways. Oh, this could be well, this one's a bit too long of a scene. But this one technically could work as an opening shot, or like, you know, because we're literally going back outside to go on the hunt, right? So I had the GoPro set up. You can see everyone getting onto their horses. So chronologically speaking, this came right after the drinking that we did. So the whole scene that I started with, the kinship one, where we're all just like eating and drinking and they're like singing and all that, it was like midway through our actual hunting where it got too cold, so we all kind of crammed inside one of the neighbors. And then once we warmed up enough, we're like, all right, let's get back out. So this is basically that part of the story. God, I was freezing my ass off. Even just in, like, the moment you step outside, it was super windy, -40, okay? Insane. Man, those eagles were so talkative. They're like my cat. Man, I'm gonna be so upset if TikTok bans my account again or whatever they do. Saying like, oh, you're playing copyright stuff. It's like, yo, this is my video. Okay, so some parts of this, maybe if I figure out a creative way to cut it up, I could put some of this together to show us departing to start the hunt. Can you imagine if I could figure out how to do this as a live stream? It should be possible, technically speaking, because there's no obstruction. So if I had a Starlink And somehow if I could just hook up this, actually I say it's technically possible, this would be really one of the most ridiculous impossible things to do actually. But if I somehow had a Starlink, yeah, actually it wouldn't be possible, would it? Because there's no cell coverage out here. For the most part, I didn't have. I think in some places you can find cell coverage, otherwise you're in the dark. So how would it work? I would somehow need to have a Starlink powered. I need a power bank. And you need the Starlink to be constantly looking up to the sky. So like maybe the butt of the horse, like behind me, maybe I would need to create some kind of a padded, cushioned seat, and then I put the Starlink there. So there's a world where maybe it's possible, but that would be really fun to be able to like live stream this, so you guys can see when we're going out on a horse ride. But I can see so many ways that would go wrong. But at the very least, I figure I'll play this out for you guys, so you can see like in real time, this is what it looked like. You know, I just had the GoPro running. I did nothing. Basically, I was so bad at horse riding that they just had the dude in front of me guide me. Not entirely my fault. Like I was juggling filming at the same time, you know, so cut me a bit of slack, but yeah. I'm with you, says King Kruk. I'd go for Mongolian barbecue. Oh man, Mongolian beef. Whatever sauce that's used for that is like, that was one of the best beef I would eat growing up. I would try those dishes they do steamed and cooked underground on rocks. Who does that? Mongolians? Sounds good. They had something called the 5-finger feast. And that's where you literally just use your all 5 fingers and you dig into like this big platter of all sorts of meat. I think I was eating like horse intestines and like yak meat and lamb. It was just like everything. It was just like stacked in there. You just use your hand. I think it's a Muslim thing. You're supposed to use your right hand. And they had like that sticky rice kind of texture, like breading type thing to go with it. Oh, so good. Monta says, you are so lucky you managed to travel in such areas. Thank you. I am very privileged for sure. Privilege is maybe too strong of a word. I feel very confident that every experience I've had, every encounter, every moment, every blessing in my life has been earned. I definitely had to work hard at everything. So I'm very proud of myself for where the experience I've been able to have and the opportunities. But I was born with a US passport, which I didn't earn necessarily, or at all. And that US passport definitely does open up so many doors and pathways to travel the world in a way that's just not possible for some parts of the world. It's not the best passport, but it's a powerful one, right? Hopefully it continues to stay powerful. But yeah, it's something I mentioned this in the it'll be in one of the first few episodes of my Behind the Lens series on YouTube, but I do talk a little bit about that, where if it's something it's not lost on me that I have the ability to travel the world. I'm still young, I'm still fit enough, I don't have any like physical ailments yet, knock on wood. I have the desire to, and I still have the resources to travel when I would like to. So when I have all of those factors, and with that US passport, it feels like such it almost feels, it's not even about like it being a waste. It almost feels like wrong for me not to travel, because I know how many people around the world would love is even more than that. Like they would do anything to be able to travel to certain parts of the world, if only they didn't have to deal with the visa situation and all the other obstacles. So it's almost a duty for me to travel and share the world. So yeah, it's like this. I have this stronger feeling that I have when it comes to traveling, where I almost feel like it's my job to capture things, to continue traveling, and then share as much as I can to people who don't have that ability to do so. And so, yeah, I don't know. And that's where I have that mantra, which I mention also, and I say it all the time. But my mantra is to share the best of the world with the rest of the world, right? So yeah. Monta says, with that type of landscapes as fed, I think they do in lots of countries. Oh, okay. Monta says, for sure, it is the earning of hard work. Yes. Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and so on, Central Asia. Yeah, and I haven't been to... I have yet to go to Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan. I've only been to Tajikistan, which I made a quick YouTube video on, but I was like on the verge of dying on that trip. So I should go back. And yeah, is that the only one I've been to? Yeah, I guess Tajikistan. So I really want to travel there, especially this year, if possible, because from everything I see, it's some of the most beautiful places that you can encounter nature-wise. And it's still very underexplored. So yeah, it just behooves me. It's like right nearby. So that should be one of the ones that I prioritize if I can plan for some summer trips in between my other things. Monta says, would love to travel and visit other religions and cultures, but with family and all that has to do with no time for that. For the moment, I am a photographer also. I understand. Yeah, I hear you. Like I said, yeah, for me, I still don't have many dependencies, I guess. And dependencies can be like, you know, family stuff, or like if you're married, if you have kids, but it could also just be like, yeah, whatever other things where you're tied down because of the roots that you're establishing, which are good, by the way. You know, it's good to raise a family. It's good to, you know, establish deep roots in your lifestyle. So there are pros and cons to everything, basically. But yeah, good to know that you're a photographer as well. Well, thank you for joining the community as a fellow photographer. I started off in travel photography, and now I've shifted over into videography. And in the past couple years, I've been learning how to be more of a proper cinematographer, filmmaker, that kind of thing. So hopefully you'll stick around, enjoy my YouTube channel. Oh, nice. Good timing. My little bot thing is promoting my YouTube channel right now in the chat. So definitely check out the YouTube channel. I'm posting there regularly. That is my main focus in the past year and beyond, is to be a proper YouTuber. So yeah, check out. You'll hopefully see a lot of cinematic videos from my travels, a bit more like storytelling, and you should see a lot more talking head videos as I do more of this type of stuff, like live streaming, but more condensed. So already subscribed? Well, subscribe again. What the heck, man? What's stopping you from creating 10,000 accounts? And obviously I'm kidding, but yeah. But thank you. Appreciate it.
Can I get my camera before we hunt?
Oh yeah, I guess I didn't have my camera.
It's in the backpack.
Yeah, so basically we went back out and we were looking for something to hunt. We actually did end up seeing, I think it was like a big ass like jackrabbit or something, but it was too quick and it disappeared, so it wasn't successful.
The big one, right? Yeah, the big one. You think we can try the GoPro as well, or too much?
Okay. We can see that rabbit again.
Yeah.
Your GoPro is already on?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, so he's saying, okay, so we already saw the rabbit earlier, and I guess they were going back to search for the rabbit.
Put on.
Okay, I think that's basically the end of that clip. Oh wait, did I drag it over already? No, let's drag it in. So I was detaching the GoPro from my beanie on my head, and then we were trying to put it onto the eagle.
It's okay?
Oh, no. Oh, maybe not. Oh, this must be afterwards. So I was putting it back on. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I cannot explain how cold it was. Like, words cannot do justice to like how frigid everything felt. Like, I remember feeling, even with like the multiple layers of socks and the thick boots and everything I had, I could feel like the wind was kicking, like it was seeping in, and it was like, it would like feel like you're walking around on ice. Oh, that's it? Give me more. Fed says, yeah, there's 5 of the Central Asian Stan countries, and there's also Azerbaijan. Oh yeah, a lot of people from Dubai go to Azerbaijan for like, I think Azerbaijan has a reputation for more like luxury or like vacation resort style vacation stuff. But it's part of Western Asia, Kazakhstan being huge and many times larger than the others. Yeah, and actually I didn't realize this until I think towards the end, but even the people that we're seeing here, they're not actually, they're like Kazakh people. So ethnically they're Kazakh, but you know, they live in Mongolia. So these are like traditionally Kazakh eagle hunters. And I think they were even speaking, is Kazakh a language? I don't know. But yeah, they're actually Kazakh by ethnicity.
Put on one sleep.
Mindful says, dude, Fed and I live in some pretty cold environments, we know. Yeah. Listen, I'm from a freaking desert, okay? I'm used to, what's the opposite of, okay, here. What is 125 degrees Fahrenheit in Celsius?
(125 degrees Fahrenheit) is about 51.7 degrees Celsius.
What is 120 degrees Fahrenheit in Celsius?
120 degrees Fahrenheit is about 48.9 degrees Celsius.
Okay, yeah. So basically, I'm used to living in a desert where in the summer, you'd always get these extreme heat warnings when you hit that 49 to 51 degrees Celsius. And it would hit that. It would hit it every year, I'm pretty sure. And then people die every year from the heat. I was like, you know, that's the world I grew up in. So then to go into negative 40 degrees, oh my God. But I love the cold. I would prefer cold over hot. My wife really wants to go to Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan is close up, but it's part of Western Asia, not Central. There's a pretty well followed YouTube channel called The Country Life Vlog that we watch all the time from Azerbaijan. They also have a cookbook. Oh, yeah, Fed. I remember. Oh, no, Mindful said it. Okay. I was going to say, I thought Fed was the guy who knows all about cooking. I remember you had a long conversation once about some kind of recipe of some sort. Yeah, Azerbaijan is supposedly a very beautiful place to visit. I think like the architecture is amazing there. I just haven't been. I also lived in Kuwait and Iraq. Iraq? So I definitely know what 130 degrees? Oh, dang. Well, that's a little more intense than I was talking about. I mentioned those dishes cooked underground on hot stones since they are nomadic. Figured they are Kazakhs and part of the Turkic ethnic groups. Gotcha. So I think all of these GoPro shots should work. Oh, nice. So this is where we attach the GoPro onto the Eagle. I don't know if this is one of the ones where it was successful. Man, if I was one of these nomadic eagle hunters, I would start a YouTube channel and just get the latest action cameras and just constantly post videos from the point of view of the eagle. It's like, there's like that one popular, famous, I think it's like an Instagram or TikTok channel where they stick whichever action camera, they stick it on the collar of their outdoor cat, And then like their content is just taking all of these moments when the cat goes exploring, gets in fights with other cats, chases them, hides from them, all that kind of stuff. And it's like some of the best. It's like such good content, you know? Like it never gets old to watch what does the cat do when it's out and about? And I feel like, you know, seeing a bunch of footage from the point of view of the eagle in flight is like so insane. So, yeah. What time is it now? It is now 9:52. Where's my food? I'm so hungry. I think I should add this into this upcoming chapter, because now it feels like you're getting the point of view of the eagle on a hunt. Okay, so this one I guess we didn't do any hunting. But yeah, we're gonna drag this one in. I think I have better footage for this one with like the actual camera. King saying 9:52 a.m. No, did I say a.m.? My bad. I mean 9:52 p.m. We are in evening territory here. I'm in late dinner mode. Okay, I'm pretty sure I have better footage, but I will still drag this over. Ooh. That looked like some really cool footage. Hold on. Let's just play it from here. This is a cool shot. Well, because obviously you get something in the foreground. You got the eagle hunter combo in the top of that mountain there, and you got the sun at the far right. There's a nice like a composition, I guess. And then I thought I saw a moment where he blocks out the sun. Yeah. I love these types, like when the sun peeks through. I think something here could be usable. Okay. There's definitely some moments here I think I might want to use. It's like we're getting like a sneak peek of what it's like to be on a hunt from the perspective of the eagle, which I think is nice. And I think there's some good framing in here, so let me just drag both over. And this one we've come down the mountain, so I'm not sure if it's going to be as good. Okay, I think that must be it. This is with the Insta360 X4, I think it was. And now I have the X5. I think, do I have the X5? I think so. Or do I have the X3 and then I got the X4? I don't know. Yeah, this might be the X3 actually. Oh yeah, okay, so this is one of those better shots I was talking about. You get them all lined up, shot with the Z9. It's definitely much shakier than with the GoPro, but if I slow down some moments here, this just looks very badass, right? I think composition wise, we get this cool framing. You got all 5 of these riders evenly spaced out in like an opposite V formation. Riding off into the distance. It was a super cool shot for sure. So, Fed and King are talking about cooking a hog, huh? Which is making me more hungry. So yeah, super bumpy footage, but hopefully I can salvage something from that. And then this one for sure we want, because here we go on the hunt. This one obviously signifies that. Oh, and then we saw this footage, but from the GoPro point of view. So this one also could be useful. Oh, actually, you know what? I should tie this up with the GoPro shot. Where is it? Where do we... This one. Okay. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to sync this up together. Let's see how good the tech is. If I do auto align clips, waveform, sync. Oh, it worked. Hold on a second. Let's see if it actually worked. Drag this over to the corner for now. Yeah, it looks like it's the same moment, right? I want to do more of this more often. For sure, especially with the tech that's available now, I want to constantly show 2 points of view at the same time. So getting like, here's what my camera's quality is, and then also getting that action camera, meta glasses, whatever view on the side. Back then you had to hunt your own food, know how to store it, make sure no one gets sick. Back when they sold huge chunks of ice down by the dock. Nice. Are you going to the same tribe when you travel back to Mongolia? I don't know. I would like to, I guess it depends. Partially, I wouldn't mind, you know, seeing the same people. Obviously you build a rapport, but I also want to go to visit the reindeer tribe. So like for my next Mongolia trip, I would love to not necessarily go back to the same eagle hunting people. I want to visit the reindeer people, which is like in a completely different location. So yeah, for that, it'll be different. But yeah. I'd be cautious. They might have some shoddy ready to get booed up. Yeah. I can't get that familiar with them. Okay. But I would love to bring people with me to Mongolia regularly. So one of the countries that I for sure would love to do like photography tours to would be Mongolia. But I just need to, you know, make sure it's the right experience and stuff like that. Because it's less about wildlife. There are some wildlife stuff you can do, but this is more spending time with the eagle hunters. The most obvious one is to do the Eagle Festival. So like, you know, invite people to join me and we go for the Mongolian Eagle, like the Golden Eagle Festival, which happens every year, I think around October, I think. And then you see all the festivities. It's like a mini Olympics where they have all these competitions. So it's more of a cultural trip than it is a wildlife trip. So you cut up a full animal, leave some on ice, and salt and smoke some for later. Where is my food? I am starving. Oh, it could come in. It might arrive as soon as 3 minutes from now or as late as 20 minutes from now. I have no choice but to accept those parameters. Okay, but we did line up the shot, so that's kind of fun. Although I should have done it the other way, right? I think I should have made this full screen. Oops. So this should be full screen. And then what am I doing? It doesn't matter. We'll take care of that later. This shot, yes, for sure. We get them in the hunt. It's a nice clip where, whoops, dang it. Where was I? Yeah, we got them searching through the binocular, so clearly entails that they're doing something hunting-wise. And again, I wish I was better with the drone, which I was not. So I don't really think I have usable footage. I mean, this could be usable, but it's not like the best quality, so. Maybe if I just use like a few seconds of this. If I crop in. Okay, what about that? Let's see. Okay, let me bring this one over. This one, potentially I could, maybe I can make a moment happen. We can make fetch happen. Roughly around here, right? Okay. How much can I crop in on this? Oof, man, that quality looks nasty. It's like so pixelated. And they were going too slow for this to look super epic. But at the very least, you guys get to see the behind the scenes. So basically, you can see me here. Obviously, I was crouched. I had my tripod. I had the 400. And then basically, they did this fun little charge towards the camera, which I got to film and then photograph. So that is what happened. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Maybe this horse shot could be part of the establishing intro footage. Just drag it over here. Oh, here we go. So then maybe these charging shots. So this could go into the hunt. This could actually be either near the beginning or the end. It feels more climactic, I guess. Yeah, so one of these ones, maybe I could put it towards the beginning or the ending shot. And then maybe, I gotta see, maybe they don't, I gotta see which one of these flying clips I don't end up using as intermission. So that clip right there, it was pretty decent. So if I didn't end up using it, that might be the one I show during the hunt. Let me see. So double checking our intermission moments. We start off with this shot. This is a different one. Lining this way. Then we have intermission number 2. Different shot, low light. It's fine. Intermission number 3, we get the eagle's point of view the whole way, plus the landing on my arm. And then final intermission. Okay, nice. So we didn't end up using that. So that should be something we can use in the hunt. Nice, nice, nice. Let's check this one out again then. So this is, let me slow it down to 20% speed. And let's play it out. It would be sick to see Yobel handle a falcon. I did handle some falcons out here. There was someone I met who owns a few falcons. I would love to do like a documentary and stuff with him as well. Okay, 6 minutes. My order will arrive in 6 freaking minutes. Oh, some Filipino food, yeah. Okay, this looks pretty badass. Like that moment there. Now here I lost focus, but in that quick moment when the eagle was rising up, it looked really good. Hold on. Because it was in focus and you could see the landscape shifting very slowly while keeping focus there. And then we lose it. But for this verse, I probably won't show this in slow motion because we don't have enough time. I want to show a lot of B-rolls kind of jumping through. But this could end up being a nice final shot of the hunt. Although, if this is the final shot, I'm playing the intermission right after. So then I might be doubling up on the eagle footage. So I might be losing a bit of the value or the impact. Let me see. So, because then after the song plays out, this is the current intermission shot that I have. Yeah, so I have that whole footage. So I think it doesn't make sense to play them back to back. I don't think. So King's asking what brand of fur are they wearing? Is that the new Gucci? You know what, man? Because it is Olympics time, right? I think the past few years, or at least twice, I know Mongolia's gone viral because their Mongolian Olympics outfits are fire, right? Like the style, the branding, it looks amazing. And I wouldn't actually be shocked if they're using some Gucci level whatever partner for it. But it actually looks fantastic. So, you know what? Yeah, because it's like cashmere, right? Because like Mongolian cashmere is a big thing. So it's like some fire quality. But actually, to actually answer your question, King, the fur coat that they're wearing is like straight up from the mountains. It's like actual foxes that they hunted and then they skinned. So they're they're literally wearing what they hunt. So as authentic as it gets. They don't need Gucci. Gucci needs them. We also have an area down south with a lot of farmland. Elk and deer in the mountain. And moose. I would love to film some big ass moose. That's still on my list. Warning signs for moose, but they're famously shy. Okay. Man, one of the first... Oh, you know what? I should write this down before I forget. Because this could be a fun little behind the lens episode, like story time. But one of the first, actually the first wildlife encounter I ever had in a negative way. And it was a good learning for me because I realized what not to do. And it was very foolish of me. But I don't know if I ever shared this on stream, like the actual video. I have it. It's on my Instagram, really buried deep, one version of it. But yeah, one of the first times I got attacked by an animal was in Canada on my very first trip with a camera, and this big ass elk was just kind of grazing near some cabins, and I got way too close to it. It was all my fault for sure. I thought I was Superman, and then the elk charged at me through the brush. There's like a barrier in between me and the elk, and I thought that was enough, and the elk just charged right through the barrier straight at me, and I happened to catch all of it on film. And it's not the most proud moment in my life because it's kind of embarrassing, because then I tripped and fell immediately as I was trying to turn around to run, and I looked so pathetic that the elk decided I wasn't a threat. But I have it on video. But I think that could be a fun little storytelling time, because there's a lesson involved in there as well, because clearly I did something I shouldn't have, which is yeah, you have to respect the wild, and I did not, and I got put on my ass, and I literally thought I was about to die, and I thought I was gonna die with an elk's antler impaling me from ass to face. That was like last flashing thoughts I had, was like, this is the way I'm going. So that will be a beat behind the lens. First wildlife attack. Okay, there we go. Sometimes the deer move over the bridge to the city aisles. I remember standing in queue once when we lived on one of the islands. I grew up on that aisle, and deer came jumping over the cars in front. Dang, that's so crazy. Don't try to be Cinderella and try to pet the deer. That would have been me in the past. Real life is not Disney. Those deer want all the smoke. Yeah. That is what I survived, what I lived through. Okay, so I do need to switch it up then. So I don't want to have eagle shot at the end to follow up with more eagle shot. So realistically, I might have to show this at the beginning or in the middle, and I shouldn't play it in slow motion. So it should just be played out in real-time speed. Let me just see how fast it is. So I might just play some portion of it as opposed to the full thing. And it's also more, yeah, I think I like it in fast motion anyway. So maybe just that tail end, seeing when it's like kind of barreling towards the rider. That could be a fun action moment as part of the B-roll, but I won't put it at the very end. Or I guess I could put it at the end if I do it in real-time speed, because then the intermission kicks in and now we get the slow motion in all its slow motion glory. Then we get to actually see it out loud, play out. Ooh, someone is at my door. I think that's my food. So BRB, give me a second. BR back. Okay, that was my food. Oh my god, am I happy. All animals wake up and they are ready to beast. Except for my cats. But yeah, I get what you're saying. That's why Yobel recommends the 400 2.8 so you can get close to them without being close to them. Yes. Man, I have had my fair share of close encounters. So I haven't fully learned my lesson yet. I still am a bit reckless at times. But like not in a way where I'm being disrespectful of nature. It's just more I'm less I don't care as much if I die is kind of the way I would say it. Like I do feel very much like I want to respect, like I don't want to do things that are quote unquote like unethical. So yeah, I do my best to adhere to ethical boundaries, but I also sometimes forget to be afraid in certain moments, where I should be, because I get so focused on like, oh my god, the moment. So when people act like wild animals are pets or people, I tell them to try eating some bark for a week or so. Yeah. Did the food arrive? Did Nala's food arrive? You know what? She is actually sniffing the food. I don't know if you guys can see it, but she's right over there. And the food has arrived, but it's my freaking food, so none of it is for Nala. But she is over there sniffing away. So I think that's also my signal that I need to go eat. I'm so hungry. So sounds like you've been watching Rambo First Blood. No, Rambo's been watching me. Yobel's First Blood. That's a bad joke. But even cows, you have to be careful when they are in the flock, out in the wild grazing. If you don't know them, even a cow can attack you. People have been killed here. I'm not laughing. I am laughing at the story, actually. I shouldn't have laughed. I apologize for all the people that have been killed by cows. But you have to also admit that is a funny way to go. So I'm sorry, not sorry. They have flock mentality and instincts. Gotcha. Okay, I can see my cat going crazy around my food. And I need to eat as well. So thank you guys. I think I'm going to wind down now. I appreciate it. Today was a fun stream. Every stream is always fun. But no, I feel like I'm getting back into the groove of things. We're getting back into like editing the videos, right? And it is a slow pace, but we're moving forward. So that's a positive. And it's only Tuesday. So I've got the rest of the week. I'll be back every day. I don't have any upcoming events as far as I know for the coming weeks besides just researching. So the key things, right, is building out the YouTube channel. It's doing the live streaming and researching for how to do the IRL live streaming. So I'm getting, trying to put the pieces together, prepare for when I can just say green light, let's go. And then also I have a few other projects in between that I need to iron out. We've got our trip to Uganda in April. That's a lock. So, and if you know people who would like to join, by all means, please let them know. It's not cheap though. It's about 6,500 USD to join my trip. But we've got some people already lined up, and it should be very exciting. And there's a few other things that might come in right before and after that I'm working out. So those are the key things I'm working towards. But for the rest of this month, I don't think I have big projects lined up. So we're just in the grind. Let's get through some of these travel vlogs. Let's get through some new YouTube videos and be a proper live streamer again. So anything else I need to share? I believe my cats are gone. Oh no, we got Kim. What is he doing? Why does he look like a statue? Why does his face look like it's locked? Kimpa. Good boy. Okay, he is still alive though. All right, I need to feed my cats as well. And Nala is at the kitchen. So thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. I will be back. Let me go ahead and end the TikTok stream first because I always forget that it's not connected. So thank you on TikTok. Thank you, everyone, on the Twitch, YouTube, Kick side. Oh, thank you also. Well, everyone, obviously. But we have Mantaz, who found me on Kick. So it's a reminder that, there is value to streaming on Kick, okay? Hopefully we will build out a community on Kick for Kick. But either way, thank you everyone who's new to the stream as well and who will continue. After my stream ends, you should go onto my YouTube video and watch all my videos. Oh, I think another video should have dropped. Oh, I totally forgot. But I think another video of mine should have dropped, which is another clip from, I think, Mongolia. probably. So check it out. Go to my YouTube channel. Check out the video. Let me know. Leave a like, comment, all the fun stuff. And I will be back tomorrow to stream again. So